I'd like to call to order the City Council meeting of March the 15th, 2022. Clerk, will you please call the roll for the meeting?
Councilmember Nixon?
Here.
Councilmember Black?
Here.
Councilmember Curtis?
Here.
Councilmember Falcone?
Here.
Councilmember Pascal?
Here.
Deputy Mayor Arnold?
Here.
Mayor Sweet?
Here. Thank you. Our study session tonight takes up 3 topics. The first is on a draft Vision Zero action plan. The second is a draft active transportation plan. And the third is a 2021-2026 capital improvement program update. We expect to reconvene our regular meeting at approximately 7:30 p.m. City Manager.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. So as you mentioned, we have 3 topics tonight, and we do want to let the council know that if you need to go longer into the first 2 topics, the CIP update can be pushed off if necessary, but I do think we'll have the opportunity to get through all 3. So to walk you through both is Kimberly Scrivener, our transportation planner, but I want to see if our Public Works Director, Juliana, would wanted to say anything before we get started.
No, Kurt, let's just kick it off.
Okay. So we're going to kick it off. So tonight we are looking for feedback from the council on both topics, and you'll hear about that during the presentation. So.
Welcome, Kim.
Good evening. I'm very excited to have this conversation with you all. Give me one moment while I share my screen. All right. So tonight we're going to be talking about both the Vision Zero action plan and the active transportation plan update.
Really, we're not seeing your screen yet.
Thank you. Excuse me. There we go. Can you see it now? One of these days I'll get it right. Before we start with both of these topics, one thing I'd like to keep you all to keep in mind and really to be clear about what we're asking is we're really looking at a high level. Are these plans headed in the right direction? And are we missing anything? So I am going to dive into a lot of details and really welcome a lot of discussion and questions. But we were really wanting to find out, what are we missing? Are we headed in the right direction? And so I'm going to start off first talking about Vision Zero. So I'm not going to give too much background information. We had quite a lot of detail that we shared at the last time we met, the last study session. It was about a year ago, but just as a reminder, Kirkland is already a Vision Zero city. Our current policy was adopted in the 2015 master plan. And one thing I always like to start off by celebrating is how much Kirkland has already done to support safety in Kirkland. Kirkland is pretty well known for really implementing innovative strategies to promote safety, and Kirkland's done a really great job. However, we are still seeing serious injuries, fatalities on our streets. We just wanted to talk about this a little bit. Right now, the analysis is from 2015 to 2019. For this presentation tonight, I don't plan to get too much into the detail about the crash data analysis. We shared a lot of that with you in quite a bit of detail at your last study session. I do want to mention, though, that we are sticking for now for this action plan with that 2015 to 2019 time period because it is pre-COVID. It does provide us some very consistent, a consistent set of data. And one recommendation that I do have is that the next time we update this Vision Zero plan, we move from a 5-year time span to a 10-year time span. And the benefit of doing that is that the next time we update the plan, we'll have that full 10 years in a fully annexed city. So we can compare apples across the entire 10-year plan. What I will share with you is, did look a little bit more into detail about 2020 and 2021. We are still not seeing trends going in the right direction. This is a 2-year period, and we are almost halfway to seeing the same total of serious injuries and fatalities that we saw during this 5-year period between 2015 and 2019. Still a little bit more work to do to dig in about if that's COVID related or not, or more people out walking and biking. I also want to repeat that and just notice that we're still seeing this trend of a lot of our serious injuries and even some fatalities being people that are walking and biking. A couple things to note about the 2020, 2021 time period is that for particularly for the fatalities, 3 of these were in parking lots. So as we move forward, sometimes, we are looking at this data, but there is only so much that we can do. I also want to note for these numbers, this total number 14 are the total number of crashes. If we break it out by person, there was one crash that had 2 pedestrians that were seriously injured in one crash, and so that's why those 2 numbers don't add up. But wanted to share that with you. We are currently putting together the plan document, and we'll detail out all of that crash data analysis in the document. But what I really want to focus on today, well, before I get into that, just did want to share with you the highlights of what we're seeing. So like I mentioned, a focus on pedestrian and bicycle related crashes because they do, in safety, because they do represent a high portion of our serious injuries and fatalities that we're seeing. One result of that is that a lot of Vision Zero plans look at just serious injuries and fatalities. The proposal for this plan is looking at serious injuries, fatalities, and all other bicycle and pedestrian related injuries. Oftentimes it's just a matter of a couple seconds or a little bit of speed to make those from not severe to very, very severe, because people out walking and biking are much more vulnerable. They're not encased in a motor vehicle. And again, we're seeing a higher trend with them. There is also a focus on speeds and in uncontrolled intersections are really what we're seeing with our data. And then another piece of that is inattention and driver distraction is also what's really bubbling up to the surface with that when we look at our crash data. So what I want to really hone in on today is that the purpose of this action plan, first, it provides us a mechanism for evaluating our crash data over time. It gives us that opportunity and that action plan item that we would be continuing to update. And so, but the other piece is really, and that's why for your council materials tonight, we are really focusing on the objectives and strategies, because that really sets our work program aimed at what the city will do to reach our Vision Zero goal. And I want to dive into that a little bit more. We are talking about prioritizing safe street design, operating safe streets, building a robust and transparent data framework, and also promoting a culture of safety. And that's both internally with the city, but also with our community. And so you have all of the more details in your packet, but I want to spend a little time diving in on some examples and just some highlights. So the first one, and we definitely heard this loud and clear from the last time we spoke at the council study session, was about evaluating speeds. So as I mentioned, we're also seeing this with our crash data as well. And we've also heard this from the community through the public engagement process with the active transportation plan, and also from the last discussion we had with you, with the council. And this would look at existing policy both on general citywide setting speeds on arterials, but also looking at neighborhood streets and school zones. Another comment we heard loud and clear is really looking at the number of other operational improvements around school zones, being consistent with signage, that type of thing. The other thing I want to dive into a little bit is, what does it really mean when we adopt a Vision Zero, when we really implement Vision Zero? And this is where we really like to hear from you tonight, in terms of what's different than we already do, or what would be different based on your guidance. As I started off this presentation, Kirkland has done a lot of really great things. We already look at our projects when we develop them through a safety lens. We look at what we can do better. However, when we look at a Vision Zero lens, that does imply more trade-offs. And so I want to talk about some examples for that. So that could be longer wait times at signals. So for instance, if we have a dedicated pedestrian and bike interval or leading pedestrian intervals, which is where you give the pedestrians a head start so that when traffic turns, they're either out of the way or at least more visible. Or even when we turned on the pedestrian signals by default during COVID, those can be optimized by time of day or in certain intersections where they might be needed, but there are implications to other roadway users. There could be longer queues. So right now we're looking at the crossing of the Cross Kirkland corridor at 132nd and Slater. And one of those challenges is that the queue's backing up and how, I think one example is that's, one potential option is we could just allow for longer queues and have that be okay to make that crossing the safest possible, or we build something more expensive to make that crossing safe as possible. Could involve more restricted turn movements. And then again, providing more protection for people walking and bicycling. And I want to talk about that a little bit more and dive in. So this is something I hear probably the most through our active transportation plan outreach and from the Transportation Commission, is the protection for people bicycling, also for people walking, but in general, when I hear comments about people walking, it's usually completing sidewalk networks. But when people are out bicycling, there are a lot of people that are really interested in doing that more. They're just not comfortable. And so there are some things that we can do to better enhance that. All of these have implication costs to our maintenance program, and on top of just the upfront cost of, and this could be our annual striping program, for instance, if we add more green conflict zone markings, or for more protected bike lanes. I do want to talk about protected intersections. So what this does is it provides what protected intersections do, or provide more area at the corners, which we often call mixing zones, or dedicated pathways through intersections. This particular example, instead of a car just kind of, oftentimes we have a bike lane and they can just kind of come, and sometimes they drive over the bike lane. Some drivers respect it, but this provides a little bit of a wider turning radius. It gives everybody their own space. I really think that intersection treatments are where Kirkland can really shine. So really looking forward to hearing your comments about that. And then in terms of data and transparency, these are ongoing things that we can do to up our game, if you will. Provide more information on our website that could include for instance, our web map for our crash data. We can create more heat maps. This could be updated more often, periodically. It doesn't necessarily need to involve an update to the Vision Zero action plan. And then looking at corridor and intersection analysis. And so there are a couple of things I want to show you just in a little bit more detail. I believe it's right here. So you have a link to the crash data web map. I just wanted to orient everybody if you've had a chance to look at it. This really looks at, shows our serious injuries, fatalities, and all other bicycle and pedestrian related crashes. We don't have every motor vehicle crash that doesn't involve a serious injury. Part of that because there are a lot of property damage crashes, and and some of them don't have accurate mapping data. And as I mentioned before, we really want to focus on the bicycle and pedestrian and serious injuries and fatalities. And so there's a legend in your council packet. You can click on any one of these crashes. In some places there's more than one, and you can click through them and see the date, the injury level, and the type of crash involved. And so this is something that we would put on our website, could update periodically. Just wanted to walk you through that a little bit more. I do want to talk a little bit more about our
Kimberly, I see Councilmember Curtis has her hand up.
Sure, yeah.
Sorry, Kimberly, to interrupt you, but since you're on that map, the CKC is not, it's difficult to see, it's not designated on that map. And and so is that just a factor that there's no crashes on the CKC? Which I find hard to believe.
I will have to look at our crash data. From looking at what I've seen and taking a closer look at our data, I have not seen crashes that involve a police report. I think you're right. There are probably people that run into each other all the time, but I haven't seen any specific to that have been severe enough to require a police report. You can look into that a little bit further to make sure that's accurate.
Yeah, and along those lines, I'd be interested in conflicts, when the CKC crosses a public road. And again, it's difficult to see on this map. So maybe just designate where the CKC is.
Sure, yeah. And the background is kind of subject to the default background we use. We can definitely add that as a layer. That's a really great comment.
Thank you.
Okay, so just wanted to talk a little bit about the high priority corridors. First off, Kirkland has a great problem when looking at these high crash corridors, or we don't have a lot of data points. And so when we're looking at crash rates, it is a little bit challenging to get it right. And that's a great problem to have. So what we did is we looked at the last time that we presented this information to you, we looked at total numbers along corridors and kind of parsed out where we noticed clusters. However, that was a little arbitrary. Really, I want to thank our engineers, Iris and Danny, that really took a look at these corridors to make sure that every segment along the corridor is the same in terms of the number of lanes, the speed, the volume, and in general, the number of crossings, or at least similar enough along a segment. That'll help us update this in the future as the crashes and the data change over time. But we did look at the map on the left, looks at serious and fatal crashes, and then the map on the right looks only at bicycle and pedestrian related crashes. There is a little bit of an overlap because they also include fatal and serious that are bike and ped related. But the implication of looking at those corridors and thinking about the solutions are a little different. So I just wanted to highlight that and cycle back to our work program, and so this is something that would be ongoing, where we would look closer at these corridors. We do already generally once a year with our local road safety plan grant, where we're taking a look at crash patterns and looking at projects. But this would put us provide that in our work program a little bit more regularly, and to better evaluate these corridors for improvements over time. So for this particular plan, and I go back to the reason why we're focused on the objectives and strategies, is that for this plan, we didn't identify specific safety projects because evaluating these corridors, looking at the crash data, providing more information online, doing that more regularly are things that we would continue to do over time, and not just as we're doing a plan update. So our next steps are to incorporate comments from council and develop a final draft Vision Zero action plan for your final review. I will note, want to thank our new transportation planner, Victoria Kovac. She's been working diligently to put all of this previous analysis data and the goals and objectives, and we'll be working with me and incorporating your comments into a beautiful document and InDesign, so it'll look really nice at the end of the day. I'm going to stop there and see if you have any comments or questions.
Council, comments, questions? Councilmember Pascal.
Okay, hey, thank you, Kimberly. Thank you for the presentation. The online map, that was really cool. So thanks for sharing that. A lot of good information there. It really kind of provides that background into how those maps are created in terms of the priority corridors. In terms of comments and things, I have kind of a running list of things that I was thinking about as I was reviewing and listening to your presentation. One of them is that I would like us to think about whether or not we are thinking in a proactive manner rather than a reactive manner. Collisions are historical context, and that's really good information to account for. However, there are risk factors that really identify the types of roadway segments and locations that are inherently more prone to collisions. And so as you have more collisions, and they might be property damage, there are situations where it might easily become a serious injury accident or even a fatality, unfortunately. And so kind of that risk factor based approach is something that I'm hoping that we can kind of account for a little bit more. We know that there's a lot of near misses and things like that, and it's hard to track all of that, but some of those property damage only collisions do inherently provide some information into that's an increased risk of collisions or run off the road incidents or things that then can involve a pedestrian or a bicyclist. The second thing that I was looking for, and maybe this would come later, is speeds. Vehicle speeds are the single biggest factor that are going to contribute to whether a collision is a serious or fatal collision, particularly for bicyclists and pedestrians. And so where are we having those speeding incidents? Where are those run off the road incidents that are speed is a contributing factor? That's going to lend ourselves to really focus and pinpoint those locations where speed needs to be looked at a little bit more. You asked, one of your questions was about restrictive turn movements and no right turn on red at intersections to provide a little bit of safety benefit for either pedestrians or bicyclists. So theoretically, that works that might work okay, because you sign it and you say, don't turn on red. In a practical manner, does that actually happen? And that's the question. And I haven't seen very good information that says, from a practical standpoint, that is going to improve safety. Theoretically, it would if people obeyed that, but they don't, unfortunately. And so I'm not as, if that was shown to be more, if drivers were to obey that more, then that would, I think, be prioritized higher in the toolkit if I was to look at it through those lenses. But I think that's a real problem that we have to be aware of, because then it can contribute to higher collisions and safety issues. So that'd be something just to think about a little bit more. And then I guess I'll just leave it into this and be curious to see what my other colleagues think. But, I guess I'm thinking about where do we go from here? And I know you had there's a number of strategies outlined there. And maybe this will be coming out of this draft, is really what are those specific steps or those specific actions that we need to do next year, 2 years from now, 5 years from now, kind of thing, to where we can actually see progress towards our goals. So yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilmember Curtis.
There. Thank you, Madam Mayor. So just a couple of things. Kimberly, you said we weren't going to get into the data tonight, but I'm curious about the data. One of the things is the ages of pedestrian serious injuries. Are we talking children in school zones? Or are we talking senior citizens that aren't making it across the parking lot quickly? Interested that 3 fatalities in a parking lot, and those are not our spaces, but what we can do about that. I'm wondering if electric cars are contributing to serious injuries and fatalities, because I know people walk out in front of me all the time. So I would be interested in assessing that. I support much of what Councilmember Pascal said. I've mentioned this before. I lost a high school friend in a crosswalk with a right turn. So I am supportive of these intersections where we're restricting right turns. But when I'm driving on Broadway on Capitol Hill and I'm trying to navigate the bus lane, the bike lane, it's visibility is complicated for drivers. So I support that idea, but then I don't want someone to get an intersection and just not know where they're supposed to go, and that makes situations worse. So not offering a solution. I'm not an engineer. And then your comment about we don't have police reports on the CKC. As we do active transportation, if we decide to pave the CKC, we will have more conflicts up there. And if we're doing a count, I don't know if we can monitor accidents, that sort of thing, but it would be something that I would want to look at in the future. Thank you.
I'll double check that to make sure I'm right.
Thank you. Councilmember Nixon.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, first, I want to say in general that I think this is a very good draft, and I support the things that this plan is calling on us to do. It's very good work. But I do have a kind of a general comment, which I think I first stated maybe 6 or 7 years ago when we were working on the original plan. Some of you have heard this before, but here goes. The whole Vision Zero name still drives me crazy. A vision should be achievable, and 0 fatalities or serious injuries is impossible. Even if we eliminate all motor vehicles, which we don't intend to do, but you could still have a fatality with a bicycle running into a pedestrian. Last Tuesday night, I was at the Eagles Club on Central Way and exited the front door and took a step onto the sidewalk and was nearly run over by a guy on a skateboard. He was going very fast. It was not a motorized scooter, just a skateboard. And if he had knocked me over and I hit my head, I could very well be dead. Plain and simple. Crashes will always occur just because people are human and humans make mistakes. Even eliminating all drivers and replacing them with autonomous vehicles won't eliminate human mistakes because all software is written by humans and has mistakes in it. You know, as a 45-year participant in the computer industry, I can testify to that. Yes, we can do feasible things to change roadway design to reduce crashes, but even 100% separation of vehicles from pedestrians and bicycles will not eliminate all fatalities. I think about the fact that we changed the name of safe routes to school to safer routes to school because we didn't want to get sued for misleading people. So why can't we do something similar with Vision Zero as well and give it a name that's achievable? I note that in the active transportation plan that we're looking to look at next, in support of goal S2, it says, referring to the Vision Zero plan, Council adopted a Vision Zero policy to reduce serious injuries and fatalities in Kirkland by 2035. It's not even quoting the Vision Zero plan correctly, right? It says reduce. It doesn't say eliminate, and the text in the Vision Zero plan says eliminate. And even the authors of the draft active transportation plan recognize that that's not achievable. And the real goal is to reduce, not to eliminate. So I'd like to change the name. I get that Vision Zero is a brand name that advocates are bought into. And yeah, we probably won't name it the Crash Reduction Action Plan or the Plan to Improve Traffic Safety. But I would very much like to come up with something that doesn't set a misleading and impossible goal. Thanks.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Arnold.
In thinking about the Crash Reduction Action Plan, that made me chuckle as we often speak our acronyms out loud. Vision Zero is something that's being used region-wide, statewide as part of grant programs. I don't think we're going to change the branding on it, but I do get the point that you're making on being realistic about what this particular goal is. To that end, on some of the questions you had, Kimberly, and thank you not only for the presentation but the vast data that's in the packet on the Vision Zero trade-offs. These are definitely things that I think for things like the intersection treatments, we already have a policy that channelization changes go to council. And because of that, I think council's going to want to see some of these Vision Zero trade-offs as we're looking at those protected bike lanes and protected turns and things like that. If nothing else, just to be able to highlight the progress that we're making in different places and to highlight how we invest so that we are talking about a whole network of systems. So it's not just this intersection, it's what's all the work that leads to it and making sure that's part of our prioritization. So I would like to see more council visibility from that standpoint. Secondly, I love the data behind the interactive crash map. I hope as we look at some of these other maps that we can see those in detail for the corridors that you're talking about. It's kind of hard in the packet to identify exactly where different places were. As we get into more detail about this and specific projects, I hope we can drill in. Finally, I really appreciate Councilmember Curtis's point on the Cross-Kirkland corridor, and perhaps that is a subject we can take up at the East Trail Regional Advisory Committee. If there are incidents that are happening that don't rise to the occasion of a police report, we need to have a reporting system throughout the whole network so we can identify what needs to happen on that transportation corridor. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Just let me add, Kimberly, this is a great report, pretty upbeat, and as with all things, we don't seem to have explosions of anything going on. But the one comment I would like to echo is around the protection of bicycle routes. I get very concerned. I'm afraid to drive in downtown Seattle anymore because I can't figure out where I'm supposed to be and where the bikes are supposed to be, particularly as the green is wearing out. So I want us to just really strive to have a common language for all of our bicycle corridors. I don't know what that box in the middle of 116th and 100th is intended to do for left turning bikes. I have no idea. I just know I avoid that box at all costs. Anyway, that common language I think is going to be very important. And with that, you want to move on to your next topic?
Sure. Thank you for your comments, everybody. All right, moving on, just really high level update. We're building on Council's goal for balanced transportation. This is building on the Transportation Master Plan and the Active Transportation Plan, which was adopted in 2009 prior to the annexation. And so there were updates to that when we adopted the Transportation Master Plan.
Really, your slides are not set right yet.
Oh, did I?
Seeing your second slide as well.
There you go. Well, nope.
All right, can you see the background slide?
That's good.
Yes?
Yes.
The other thing I want to mention, and this is in your memo as well, but I do want to hone in on that we'd like to make sure that we're clear about what this plan is doing. And we're looking at particularly networks in our public right-of-way. We're also looking at programs in terms of education and other things that we can do, but a big part of this plan is really looking at bicycle and pedestrian networks and recommended projects. So do want to note that we're building on our Safer Routes to School action plans, the CKC Master Plan, and other programs. But the reason why I bring this up again is I just wanted to reassure you that we're not looking at these plans in silos. We're really working hard at how to coordinate the plans and making sure that these all build on each other and work together. There is a term that we started early on when I was originally working with Kari Page to kind of sync up the ATP and the Safer Routes to School Action Plan updates. And we came up with this term safe and active transportation, which is something that you might be hearing more. We'll see if that sticks or if you like it. But just wanted to reassure you that this plan has a specific purpose, but we are working really hard to make sure that these plans are all coordinated because there are a lot of overlaps, and also with Vision Zero as well, as we've talked about. Apologies for all the words on the slide, and I know you have this in your packet, but just really, thought it's important to talk about the goals. Just to kind of reiterate that we said we did simplify them a little bit, but still are calling out some of the other bodies of work. Really wanted to make sure to remind everybody that as I start talking with you a little bit more about the project recommendations, that we did a lot of analysis based on a prioritization framework. And so this is really looking at, and this again goes back to the purpose of this plan. We're looking at access to transit, access to activity centers. We are looking at access to parks. So the PROS plan is really looking at within parks and green spaces, but this also looks at access. That was a comment that came from the last time we talked with you all. Connections to the Cross-Kirkland corridor, and then of course, equity and safety were also included in that prioritization framework. In terms of public engagement, we did start quite a robust public engagement process when we first started this project in 2019. That included a survey that closed in the early 2020, which is nice to have that kind of pre-COVID bit of information. The plan was paused during COVID for a bit, and we picked up that public engagement process again and did quite a lot of outreach in 2021. There is a report, Appendix A, on the ATP website. I hope you had a chance to look at it. That outlines that public engagement process and gives a great amount of detail to what we've heard from that particular survey. We have, once the draft plan was posted online, we've been accepting public comments on our website. And we also visited the Transportation Commission twice and had some really great conversations with them. We did get support from the Transportation Commission. They did talk a bit about, there's still a lot of emphasis on greater protection for people walking and biking, less emphasis on shared sidewalks. And there's, some places we have widened sidewalks and pathways. And they'd like to see a little bit more separation even for people walking and biking. They did have one particular question about using the Spring District in Bellevue as an activity center. There's a connection in the Bridal Trails area that was a low priority that they wanted to bring up. So if you have any comments on that, please let me know. The other comments, we received almost, I think it counted about 95 comments that came in through the public comment form. We've had other opportunities for the public to comment prior to the release of the draft plan. It was really interesting. Prior to the draft plan being posted, a lot of the comments were more general. They were about more protection, concerns about speed, really wanting to see connections, particularly sidewalk connections in some neighborhoods that aren't fully connected. A lot of the comments that we received once the plan was fully posted online a lot of them were project specific. We did get I did read every single one. There is still more emphasis on lowering speeds, greater protection, but in general, there was a lot of support for the plan, and a lot of the comments were just very, very, very project specific. So that period closed just on March 11th. And so like I said, I've read everyone and have notes on them, but we are going to compile all of those comments in detail and add that to the Appendix A report, both for so that council can see and also that the community can see how we've received their comment and how we're responding or how their comment is incorporated into the document. So there'll be more to come on that, but just wanted to give you some highlights from the public engagement process. I do want to get into some of the project recommendations. So for the pedestrian project recommendations, we're really looking at a couple of things. We're looking at the maintenance of our current system, our kind of high priority crossings and gaps that were identified through the prioritization process. And then we have a couple other gaps. I'll just dive right in. So the first one is repair. So the plan is we plan to incorporate the 2015 sidewalk condition inventory, and then add an objective to better address and better track progress and inventory these over time. As I mentioned, I already reviewed the prioritization process and so just as a reminder, access to transit, access to the CKC, to activity centers, and to parks. And so you will see projects that are, the recommended project map. I'll just let it speak for itself. This was through an analytic process where the priority measures we looked at every single sidewalk gap. Some of the gaps were identified and effectively taken out of prioritization if they were on a cul-de-sac or something, or farther away. So we prioritized within a certain distance of activity centers and with a certain distance of transit routes, and took off the little tiny segments that don't lead anywhere, so that we can really focus our prioritization process, and applied all of those factors that did include equity and crash history. In addition to the high priority projects, and you will see a list in your packet of sidewalks and crossings, we also want to add it. We also wanted to make sure that there are additional considerations. In terms of other gaps in the system that didn't prioritize well, there are a lot of overlaps. But there was an objective in the 2009 plan to complete the sidewalks on at least one side of arterials. And we felt that that objective is still very important. We wanted to make sure that it is included. And we still wanted to even ask you about kind of stepping the bar up on that a little bit. So that looks at sidewalks on both sides of transit routes. And then again, at least one side of all remaining arterials. So we do have some transit routes that are not necessarily on arterials. The map to the right shows where we have those additional gaps. And forgive me for kind of going back and forth a little bit, but there are some overlaps in a lot of places, but it does bring in a couple other segments, but really want to make sure that when people are taking transit, they are able to walk on both sides of the street. And I guess before we get into the bicycle project recommendations, are there any comments or questions so far, or on the pedestrian recommendations?
Any comments? Deputy Mayor Arnold.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Kimberly. I really like this incorporation of the transit routes. But in addition to the corridors, I'm wondering around the major stops, if we could also look at whatever the term is, whether it's walk shed or roll shed within those major transit stops, to make sure that we're looking at that last mile access as well. So it's not just along the corridor where transit's already going, but in the major transit stops of how many people we can get onto transit.
Sure, and that was included in the prioritization process. It wasn't just sidewalks on transit routes, but access to them within a certain distance, and I can confirm what that distance is.
Okay, and that actually might be something to be interesting as a map to visualize, so we can see how big our walk and roll shed is around major transit stops. Thank you.
Sure, yeah.
Thank you. Councilmember Pascal.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thanks, Kimberly. Yeah, so these comments are focused on the pedestrian side of the ATP. Sounds like you're going to present the bicycle side. First off, I just want to say that I really liked how you presented the goals and objectives in the plan. I thought those were really well written. I really liked how you compared the old goals to the new goals and how those were changing. It's perfect in terms of really understanding how things have changed, over the last 13 years and where our focus should be. And objective 1.1-6 is something that's near and dear to me. Seek opportunities that explore low-cost, creative solutions for improving pedestrian safety. I know I've said that several times, and so it's great to see that in there. So I want to talk a little bit about things that I was hoping to see, and or maybe questions for you. One of the comments that I know myself and Councilmember Falcone provided at the last check-in on this plan was about how Finn Hill is like a walk desert. You can maybe walk around on the top of Finn Hill pretty well, but if you want to walk to any other neighborhood in the city, you're going to have a really big challenge because there really is no safe route off or onto the hill. So when you look at the main a ways on and off the hill. You have Juanita Drive, you have 131st Way, you have Simons Road. None of them have safe facilities today. And they're topographically challenged. But we continue, the development patterns in Finn Hill are very similar to throughout the city. And we're not really addressing the goal number one in the plan, which is have trips, be able to provide walkable trips for anyone. And I just don't see that in many situations, folks don't have any other way but to get into their vehicle because it's just simply not safe. So I don't know that that's truly reflected in the priorities in any way. I know it's kind of a nuance and something very unique, but I'd like to understand a little bit more about how that was accounted for in the priorities. Because Juanita Drive, the lower half of Juanita Drive didn't even bubble up to even a medium priority in terms of pedestrian connection. And I think some of that has to do with, you made a comment about I think the previous active transportation plan had a goal of a sidewalk on at least one side of every arterial. And I mean, just to put it out there, I'd like to see sidewalks on every side, but it's hard for me to see, and I'm going to give an example, 124th Avenue through Rose Hill. We spent a few $1 million recently to build a sidewalk on one side, and just a great project and glad to see that there. However, now we're prioritizing the second sidewalk on the other side higher than locations that have no sidewalks. So Juanita Drive, Simons Road, lower priority, not a safe walking connection, yet we have safe crosswalks on 124th Avenue to provide access to that one side. It's not ideal, but I would say that we should at least provide some level of sidewalk or walking route on some of our major arterials, particularly in locations where people have no other choice but to get in their car. Yet we're allowing for short plats, ADUs, missing middle, and unfortunately, they're going to continue using cars because there's no safe way. So I would really like to see how we can modify that priority scheme so it feels something that I can kind of explain more logically to our community. And so that's why there was a few things that kind of stuck out to me on the map. Juanita Drive wasn't there. 145th corridor between Juanita Woodinville Way and 100th Avenue. It's right at the northern end of the city, but the company I work for, we adopt that road. So I'm out there twice a year picking up trash, and it's a scary experience because there's no pedestrian pathway. You're right along the fog line when you're walking, and cars are traveling fast. Simons Road, that's a low priority. And then Northeast 128th Street in Totem Lake, connecting 132nd Avenue Slater to the CKC. That's not shown on any map in terms of potential pedestrian pathway. And that's a really important pathway for those in Kingsgate, kind of that northern Kingsgate area along 132nd Street. They can walk down and then access the CKC, but they need to do that only if there's a safe way to do that. And right now there is no safe way, and the plan doesn't address that at all. So those were some of the things that I saw that, I'd love to talk with you more about, but I don't know if you have thoughts on any of that.
I'll just make one comment. We did try very hard to set priorities and really focus on where we're serving the most people and also supporting the density that we are planning and are building, and getting people to and from transit so that we're really focusing on mode share. And so recognizing that that does show some neighborhoods shine a little bit more in that prioritization process. That's, yeah, just wanted to kind of point back to that kind of meeting, you know, multiple access to activity centers and to transit. And some of the areas, particularly where they don't have transit, it's on our current prioritization process. It does make it a little bit more of a challenge. That's why I think this other map about and this other objective is useful. I don't want to talk too long. I know that want to leave it you all to have your discussion. So, but happy to talk about that a lot more with you. Or
Thank
anyone.
you. Thanks, Kimberly. Councilmember Curtis.
Thank you, Kimberly and Mayor. To follow up with that, Councilmember Pascal, one of the notes that I had was we talk about equity a couple places in the transportation plan, but we really don't, unless I missed it, we really don't define what we mean by that. And I would like to see that elevated, because one of the issues I did think about, well, is an equity issue is there's absence of sidewalks. So that's why this ties into Councilmember Pascal's comment. So, you know, let's define what our rubric is for equity issues and elevate that in the plan. Thank you.
Sure.
Good comments from both of you. Thank you.
Great, thanks. And we do have some equity maps in the prioritization appendix on the ATP, but your opposite sidewalks comment is well heard. So I'm going to keep moving on in terms of talking about the bicycle network. And I think this is easier if I pull up the maps. So the first tool I want to get everybody familiar with is that we prioritized every single existing bike network and every piece of our segment of our bicycle network and all of the planned future networks. And so portions of segments on the networks. I just wanted to point this map out to you. The legend is on the side. This does show the facility type. If you want to see the prioritized network, you can easily turn that prioritized bikeways layer on and off so that you can easily see at a glance which portions of the network are prioritizing high. You can also click on any segment of the network and see what are what we're calling quick wins or full build out implementation would recommend. And the reason why we did this, so for every segment of the network, we looked at what we can do for right now or in the future. So the quick win projects or essentially recommendations are what we can do within our current right of way. And that is, a lot of that can come through our annual program since they are all prioritized. CIP comes and knocks on the transportation group's door and says, hey, we're paving these streets. What do you recommend? This becomes a tool for us to use in terms of what we can do within our existing right of way. We have the annual striping program. We can incrementally implement the quick wins with additional paint. And based on your guidance, if you want us to continue to add more green conflict zone markings, those are they are identified in a lot of this quick win strategy. The full build out includes strategies where in most cases we would require additional right of way, and that becomes a tool for us as the city grows. So when our development team works with a developer and they don't have to haggle as much, they can point to this plan and require the additional right of way, whether we require them to actually build out that frontage or we preserve that right of way for us to build out, if it's a smaller segment, for us to build out that recommendation in the future. And you can also see segment by segment the actual priority score as well, if you don't want to click on and off the priority layer. So that's kind of an overview of this recommended tool. I do want to transition to this other map, though, set of maps that you currently have in your packet. I think this is kind of a nice way of describing how we're prioritizing. And so this gets into not just kind of our general, what we can do with quick wins or what we do with a full build out, but how we're identifying specific projects for our next CIP or our next 20-year CFP. So this is a map of our existing facilities. And I want to acknowledge that Kirkland has done a really great job of connecting out our city with bike lanes. But as we've talked about a bunch of times, where times are changing and people are asking for more protection. Really want to highlight our funded projects. I did change the colors a little bit. This orange color does fit that, what we would consider all ages and abilities. So we consider those to be separated pathways, protected bike lanes, or neighborhood greenways. I did call out a funded sidewalk project on Juanita because I get a lot of comments about that, but this is mostly bicycle projects. But just really wanted to highlight that, that Kirkland is doing a lot of stuff, a lot of good stuff. So moving on, so we have a concept called catalyst projects. That may or may not be the right term, but we'll use it for today. These are the highest priority projects that really give us the most benefit. They are, these come from the high and generally medium to high scoring projects from the previous map I just showed you, the prioritized map. But they really tick off a lot of other boxes in terms of meeting our goals for connecting downtown to the station area, connecting to the Cross Kirkland corridor. Really feel like the connection up into getting people from Finn Hill and from Kingsgate into the more denser areas is really important. And then we've really committed to the bike facilities along the Market Street and 100th corridor. Some of these projects come with are gonna be pretty big. But these are the ones that we've identified that the city can really focus on. And in some places, we may decide to not wait for development to give us right of way. Some of them might be a little bit more timed for instance, the station area. But that's kind of, I wanted to explain the catalyst projects. And then just kind of showing incrementally, here's what the map looks like if we add on the highest priority. A little bit of an honorable mention to the Lake Washington Boulevard study. And then these show the medium to high scoring priority projects. And so the more this map turns orange, or that darker catalyst color, the more that we're building out what we would consider an all ages and abilities network. I do kind of want to note a couple specifics. The Market Street corridor, we do get a lot of comments on. The recommendation in this plan is to take a look at this is a multimodal corridor as we add the recommended northbound bus lane that is in our current transit implementation plan, and how we continue to make improvements and make that corridor, keep that corridor safe and comfortable. But there's a recommended greenway that would use the boardwalk, where you can say, if you're riding with your family, it's a different type of ride. But this would connect you through more of a neighborhood greenway style, all the way up from downtown, all the way up to the north end of the city, using an all ages and abilities, more greenway style network. It's more circuitous, but it does provide that option. And so that's an example of how we're looking at this plan. And then lastly, I just want to mention, there are a couple other segments that we are adding since the draft plan was posted. This is based on conversations we've had internally, a couple of things we noticed, conversations with the Transportation Commission, and some comments. So just wanted to highlight there a couple segments. There's recommendations that are coming out of the 85th station area that is evolving as this plan develops too. So Just wanted to be really clear about the bike network and try to kind of walk you through these tools and the maps, and hopefully they make sense. And then, so those were kind of, I just went through all of that. And so essentially, I'm going to just tie things up and hand it off to you. Again, we plan to incorporate comments from council and also from pulling together all of those comments that we heard from the community, also from the Transportation Commission, and put this all together in a final draft. Oh, I'm sorry, active transportation plan, excuse me. For council review. Also wanted to thank Victoria Kovacs and Sierra Olson, who have been working. Sierra has been also working on putting this document into InDesign. We decided that the draft plan to put it in Word version so that we can easily update it based on comments. But we do have a beautiful document that's being created for the final version. So I will pass it back over to you.
Thanks, Kimberly. What a great presentation today. Councilmember Curtis.
Thank you, Kimberly. And I love your energy.
Thank you.
You make this so fun. And now I'm excited. So I just have a couple global comments besides my equity comment. I just want to be clear. We talk about equity in everything we do, and I just want to make sure that's at the forefront of the document. The other thing is, let's keep in mind that lay people like me are reading this document, and some of the terminology, I'm like, if I was Councilmember Pascal, I wouldn't have to look this up. So, as Mayor said, the box in the middle of the bike lane. So if either include a document or some sort of descriptive terms, so we're all clear on what we're talking about. Thank you. Great job.
Thank you. Councilmember Falcone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Kimberly. Yes, I echo my fellow council members' comments that you did a fantastic job, and thank you, I should say, Kimberly and team. I really appreciate how you call out your team members who help with different aspects of that. I love that because we know that you work so hard, but there's a whole team working with you that worked really hard on this too. So fantastic job, and thanks for giving them kudos as well, so that we could. I want to first say that I strongly support Councilmember Pascal's comments about, being concerned about Finn Hill really being an active transportation desert here. That's something that we hear about quite often, and that I know that I live on a regular basis. And so I just echo his comments and strongly support those. Also want to say that there are two things in particular. I mean, there's so many things that I really appreciate and love about this plan and the Vision Zero plan. Two things I want to call out in particular. One that's already been mentioned. I really appreciate the focus not just on bicycle and pedestrian safety, but on transit and access to transit as well, and agree with Deputy Mayor Arnold that I'd really like to see a little bit more around how folks can access and get to transit as well. I also, the plan understandably focuses on specific infrastructure improvements that we can make. But I also, the second thing that I really appreciated is actually goal number 3, that isn't just about the actual infrastructure improvements, but is around other things that we can do to encourage people to safely, get around actively. And I really, really appreciated that. And in thinking about that, I agree with Mayor Sweet's comments about the importance of communication and having a common language. So I also, I know this is something that I've brought up multiple times, so I was happy to see in here wanting to have a really big education piece around safe active transportation, around sharing the roads, and not just for our school children and for our youth and teens who are learning how to drive or learning how to bike and walk safely to and from school, but for grownups as well. There are a lot of folks in their community who could use a refresher on how to share the road safely. So I really would love to see a focus on that education piece, not just be a communication piece, but having training events, et cetera, educational events for folks in the community that they could attend. I also would love to see an objective around under goal 3 around land use changes to create hyper-local destinations, because this plan talks a lot about prioritizing places that are like bigger hubs that people want to get to, right? But if we're going to encourage more active transportation, folks need places within their own communities and neighborhoods to be able to easily walk and bike to. I know we already share this value as a city with wanting to have really close walkable pocket parks, for example. I know we've talked about as we look to update the comp plan, looking at ways to promote corner stores and other kind of walkable destinations and gathering spaces for folks in the community. So I'd love to see a goal around that, because to me, this plan is not just about the actual infrastructure to get folks safely from point A to point B, but like I said, I really love goal 3, and that the emphasis there is really on creating an environment as a safe way and encouraging folks to want to be active in their transportation as well. So really well done. And for the record, just like to end on that, I really do like safe and active transportation. So well done. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Nixon.
Oh, well, thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll also say that I like what I see in the draft plan. I think it's on the right track. As far as I can tell, it describes projects that add facilities for walking and biking and doesn't propose replacing or reducing vehicle facilities. I think most of you know that I don't believe it's the city's job to try to force people into walking or riding bikes or riding the bus by making it more difficult to drive. I'll continue to be an advocate for the majority of residents of Kirkland who drive cars and who will continue to drive cars even with $6 or $7 a gallon gas and all kinds of public shaming. I didn't see anything in the current draft that explicitly calls for a reduction in vehicle capacity or throughput, but it's kind of open to interpretation. And if I was going to ask for anything to be added to the draft plan, it would be to explicitly say that reducing capacity and throughput for motor vehicles is not an option, and that we should reduce the temptation and implementation of the plan down the road to make such proposals. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Pascal.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, so I just want to build off of some of the comments that have been said and just kind of offer some more specific things related to the bicycle aspect of the active transportation plan. I really like, Kimberly, what you have described as the catalyst projects. I like that term. I mean, maybe there's a better term. I don't know of one, but I was really kind of focused on that. It really kind of drew my attention into kind of what those next things are, and so I thought that was great to see. I'm assuming there'll be kind of more backup in terms of why those locations as opposed to others. One of the I might have missed it, but one of the goals or objectives I would like to see in the bicycle is one of the issues that we've had with like protected bicycle facilities or installing separated bicycle facilities or candlesticks and things like that is really the maintenance aspect. And to be honest, I think that's still a big issue, not just for our staff that have to maintain these facilities. And it's not a Kirkland issue. I mean, it's an issue across the region and state, nation. How do you maintain the bike facilities that you do build? And do so in a way that's still conducive for bicyclists. For example, I'll ride to work on Northeast 116th Street through South Juanita, and there's these great trees along the roadway, but they drop these chestnuts or something all over the bike lane. And seriously, it's dangerous because if I hit one of those, I'm right into the vehicle lane. And if we don't sweep them on a regular basis, guess what? I'm not going to be biking that route, or I'm going to be biking in the vehicle lane. So, I mean, that's just an example, and there's many different examples to share. But maintenance is a really critical issue, and so I just want to make sure that we kind of address that head on somehow in this plan, that we have something that we can point to, right? And it's a tough nut to crack. The last thing that I'd share is, so one thing that, and it's not in the, maybe it's in the overall kind of ATP, is I'm not clear on how we're matching up these on-street type of facilities with our off-street facilities. We have a number of areas where we have unopened right-of-way, where we have these short connections in between streets. I'm not real clear how those are kind of accounted for in the active transportation plan, because some of those things I see as kind of lower cost, but high value type of connections that we can improve, from like this dirt pathway that has all these roots and really difficult to bike to a gravel pathway that you can bike and connect neighborhoods, so I'm not clear on how the ATP kind of accounts for that. Thank you.
Thank you all. Any further discussion? Great reporting,
Madam Mayor.
Kimberly. This is incredible. And it is exciting. I love how it's all kind of coming together.
So, Mayor, can I just make one comment? I just want to maybe clarify a little bit to Councilmember Nixon's comments, because I think we wouldn't want to leave you with the takeaway with this is there's no implication for congestion or throughput for cars. So, using it as an example, the Kirkland Scramble project that's already been approved by the council, one of the things we highlight is that will actually back up cars along Lake Washington Boulevard and slow down travel times. So while it's true that with maybe the exception of a discussion about whether or not someday Park Lane is closed, there's not like road closures or eliminations here. If we were to make a lot of these investments, there is impacts for single occupancy vehicle cars. So I just want to make sure that that was clear in the very beginning of the presentation, that when these projects come back to you, there will be some trade-offs about throughput versus pedestrian and bicycle safety and access. So.
Thank you. Okay. Is 14 minutes enough, Kurt?
I think absolutely. We can start and we can always stop it at any point when we get to 7 o'clock. So it's kind of in 3 segments. So I'll go ahead and introduce Rod Steitzer, our Capital Projects Manager, and he can walk you through our CIP update at a glance. And this is something that we talked to the council about doing a couple of years ago, and keeping you up to date on major projects, especially those that are related to the City Work Program. So, Rod.
Thank you, everybody.
Okay, well, thank you, City Council, City Manager. Good evening. Thanks. It's really great to hear all this stuff Kim and Joel and the team are doing. They really are fantastic for sure. Love working with them. Tonight we have many, many slides, over 30 slides. So if we don't get through them all, happy to just forward them on as the presentation as it is. One of the things when we talked about operational enhancements last year was some additional improvements and elements how we can improve accountability. Bringing that forward, this is the first of one of our presentations. Just where are we with the CIP? Tonight we have some elements of market conditions to kind of go over and review. We've got a new great outreach tool. It's a web-based tool that we can look at. And we've got many, many project highlights, including 10 that are directly tied to the council goals. And then if we get to it at the end, we have some external funding opportunities we'd like to share. Overall, we're working on 64 active projects. We have 38 in design. We have 11 in construction, and we got others in administrative phases, and we're planning on working those with 20 more starting next quarter. One of the first things is very similar to when we talked 100th Avenue. Where are we on market conditions? More and more information coming in. We continue to see prices increase. Just today, though, found out some, well, I would call some encouraging information, and that's on the concrete strike. We hear that an agreement to go back to work has been reached, and they're going to continue to negotiate. So that's really today a really big headline for us as we track that closely. As we've gone through the operational enhancements, one of the things that we did, we've been adding staff, but until we've been able to add that staff, we've been bridging our project management services. We've been using external consultants to help do that. They have been proven to be really good. They're helping us in many situations, and they're helping us things. We've just recently had another retirement in our group. So as we are able to leverage and use those consultant services, we're able to continue the progression of our CIP implementation. Speaking of new folks, we've welcomed quite a few here recently. Several on the screen here. I'm like finding a needle in a haystack. These are really great folks. So up on the top, we have Cody coming to us from Michigan, actually from Canada, but born in Michigan. He's coming in, taking over a very needed environmental position. We've got Tony and James down there in the lower left. They both wanted me to make sure that I say that they're the ones on the right in their pictures. So James is coming from Houston. Tony's actually living up in North Kirkland area. And we have Iwan, also a Kirkland resident, coming to us with excellent skills. We're really excited to have this new staff coming on.
And if I could comment about the contract that we have with a firm to help us augment our staffing, we kind of look at that as a dial. I mean, we can dial it down, we can dial it up. It really has provided us the flexibility when we do have some of this turnover that we're experiencing.
Yes, thank you. Outreach tool, our outreach team's been really active in the past year working on stuff. What we have on the screen here is not the live web version. It's just a screenshot, but it does really great. It's highlighting all of our capital projects. It's using a GIS-based system, so it's active, it's dynamic, it's live. It shows you can filter by neighborhoods if you want to find a particular project. You can filter by the phase of the project, meaning design, construction, closeout, those kind of things. It also, by the project type, if you're looking for a utility project, a park project, a transportation project, you can set those filters to kind of really help you find the project you look for. But the one thing that I really find really helpful with this is you can go in either direction. You can go to the map and click on what's that project that I'm interested in, and it will tell you. Or if you know the project, but you don't know where it is on the map, you can click on that and it'll bring you to the map location. So this is a really great tool, and our outreach team, including Rosalie and Christian Knight, fantastic job on this, and it's very helpful, very helpful. Getting into the projects, a couple of highlight projects, fire stations. What we've been doing, we've brought on a program management consultant to work with our steering teams and work with our staff to ensure the delivery of our program. What we're looking at here is a dashboard that we've developed for the program. It's relatively new. We're going to start using it more and more, but it's helping us look at things. What are some risks that are coming up? It helps us look at the schedule, our budgets, those kind of things. It also gives us a communication tool of things that we've recently tracked. Where are we? Things such as Fire Station 22, currently up and advertised right now. Fire Station 27 is going to be advertised later this month. But the other thing that we're tracking with this is the demolition of across from the Vera site, the site where 27 is going to be, that went down, and that's complete. And we actually were able to integrate a training tool for the firemen to use that as a demolition training opportunity. Coming up, Fire Station 26, supposed to start design later in the summer, and then 21 sometime after that. But we're using this as a tool to see if there's opportunities where we can take some advantage of doing some design elements together. Something else that we're doing is, as COVID, we return to work and we see, a lot more things happening with the community, touching on those elements of how do we keep both staff and community healthy. We've got health and space facility projects that we're doing, such as the virtual service center. This is moving along. One thing that we're doing, expected late in May, is to have the final design for that service center ready to go. It's going to include some wraps around the walls to help the noise be down. It's a prefabricated building, and we're putting in a false floor. False floor offers a lot of great serviceability, cleaning, and different things to access the conduits and stuff underneath the building. So That's really great. And then once we get the design done, we'll start the permit process in June and go from there. Another thing we're doing for health and safety is we're installing ionization. The picture looks pretty busy, but what that's supposed to represent is in our ventilation systems at City Hall and the Justice Center, we're using ionization systems so that we can filter the air and improve air quality for the building facility. So cleaner air, therefore lowering the risk and keeping people healthier. Right now, we have a proposal of what it's going to take to install that. It's a 3-week installation that we're planning on doing in May for our different ventilation areas within the facilities. Another thing we're looking at, emergency generators. 3 locations here. We have the emergency generator at City Hall. We have potentially a new generator that we're thinking about for the Parks Maintenance Center. And then the Public Works Maintenance Center generator, has reached its life cycle. We're kind of figuring out how to do that. So for the Maintenance Center, we've got Glenn really reviewing that assessment, and he's kind of looking at quotes there. But one of our new PMs, Tony, is actually looking at the other 2, City Hall and the Parks Maintenance Center, understanding what it would mean to cost-wise to do improvements there, looking at potential funding sources, those kind of things, evaluating those. Hitting on transportation projects, the concrete strike is good news for the Totem Lake Connector. So this slide is slightly out of date. We just got that news today. So slightly out of date, meaning that the contractor is demobilized, but now we can start planning on remobilizing the contractor to finish that work. On the screen in the lower right, the good news is that the circle part of the Totem Lake Connector, the work in the sensitive area is complete. That's really important because there was a window for that time limit. So we'll be remobilizing to do that work. But also we have another project, the lighting project, the project that goes all the way to 120th underneath 405. We're expecting to begin that work in April. Juanita Drive, another one of the council work plan items. So we're getting close to 60% design on this one. I think this is one that we took a lot of information at the 30% design level, and now we're refining those comments, putting them back into the 60% design, and that should be ready for our review. Something else we're doing is working closely with North Shore Utility District. We actually have regular meetings with North Shore, making sure that our projects are coordinated. This is one of the key projects that we're coordinating with them on. 124th Avenue. This is a rendering. TLC's in the background there on this rendering. But right now we're in the acquisition phase. We expect to obligate the construction funds that we are awarded in August, and we plan on bidding the project later this year. Our latest and greatest estimates have accounted for the inflation that we've seen in the market conditions. Another really big set of projects going on. There's actually 2 slides for this one. 405 investments at 85th, got the schedule up there. So the 85th is the top left picture. I think Joel's been really working hard in his team on securing the agreements with WashDOT and Sound Transit on this. So expect the design to build to start in the 3rd quarter of 2022 with construction aimed at the 1st quarter of 23. The 132nd interchange, we don't control the groundbreaking on this one, but there's a tentative groundbreaking event in May of 2022, so coming up pretty soon. And then stage 1 of the construction schedule will begin in June. So just wanted to touch on that one real quick. There's some related projects to the 405 85th project. I tried to designate those with some symbols. The star project is that non-motorized connection to downtown. And then the plus looking one is that additional lane east of 405. So the schedules on those is now that we have things in motion again, getting those designs kicked off and started with the anticipated construction starts of the second and third quarter of 2023, respectively. Project underway right now is the 108th Avenue intersection improvements. Those were related to the 132nd 405 improvements. So we've got those going right now. Although there's long procurement time for the poles, we're actually going to start seeing the expansion of the clearing of the right-of-way come down. There's some trees that have to come down so that we can widen the road and put the new sidewalk in. So that's supposed to be starting tomorrow. They were going to start today, but I think they scheduled that for tomorrow. The main reason for doing that is there's some overhead utilities that we need to relocate. I wanted to kind of just hit the pause button. I know we're at 7 o'clock right now. So should we keep going? We can.
I think we already have one more transportation slide. Maybe we can stop at that segment and then see if council has questions.
Night work, 116th and 124th. This is just on the west side of 405 in the Totem Lake area. So again, a lot of coordination with private development group on this one. It's a night work project and we're going to kick that off in April. So I'll pause there. Plenty more slides. Happy to forward those along. Any questions?
Questions, council? Kurt, are you planning on seeing the rest of the presentation, or what are you thinking?
I think what we do is make this available to all of you, and we might bring a couple segments back in future meetings. There's some good utility updates that are probably going to be helpful for the council. So, but we'll just sort of feather them in as time allows over the next couple council meetings.
It sounds good. Does that work for you, council? Great. Okay, with that, we will adjourn until 7:30.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Rod. Good to see you.
Yep, good to see you.
Kathy, are we going?
We're live. Thank you.
Thank you. We are back in session following a study session on draft Vision Zero action plan, a draft active transportation plan, and partial 2021-2026 capital improvement program update. We are at honors and proclamations in our agenda. Proclamation this evening is the National Safe Place Proclamation, and Councilmember Black will be helping me with this proclamation this evening. City Manager.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. So we'll be proclaiming the week of March 20 through 26th as National Safe Place Week in the city of Kirkland. National Safe Place is a nationwide youth outreach and prevention program that provides immediate help, crisis intervention, and safety and emergency shelter to those youth in need. And this will be articulated more in the proclamation. Thank you.
Thank you, City Manager, and thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll be reading a proclamation of the City of Kirkland, recognizing the week of March 20th through March 26th, 2022, as National Safe Place Week in the City of Kirkland. Whereas National Safe Place is a nationwide youth outreach and prevention program implemented in communities across the United States to create a network of locations equipped to serve youth in need that are aged 12 through 17, providing immediate help, crisis intervention, safety and emergency, shelter, connections to ongoing supportive services. And whereas Safe Place has ensured cohesion and ease of use by establishing a universal diamond-shaped black and yellow sign, the vivid, easily distinguishable emblem serving as a beacon to youth in need, affording them instant knowledge that any facility that displays the Safe Place sign is a place where they can receive help and be connected to community resources or emergency shelter. And whereas in 2012, Friends of Youth, a nonprofit organization that strives to care for at-risk teens, homeless youth, and young people in need of assistance, sought a collaborative approach to fill a critical need and joined forces with Seattle-based nonprofit Youth Care to expand the King County Safe Place program and provide immediate help and safety to an increased number of King County youth in crisis. And whereas King County is home to over 2,100 Safe Place locations, each of which has participated in training to earn its designation as an official Safe Place location. And whereas Kirkland has several Safe Place locations, including at Holy Family Parish Center, Kirkland Library, Lake Washington Christian Church, Lake Washington Institute of Technology, Lake Washington United Methodist Church, North Kirkland Community Center, Peter Kirk Community Center, East Side Foursquare Church, Evergreen Health Emergency Department in Kirkland, Kirkland Friends of Youth, Kingsgate Library, and every King County Metro bus. And whereas Safe Place has embraced technology, implementing a safe call system in which a youth in need can call 1-800-422-TEEN 8336, or simply text SAFE, S-A-F-E, and a current location to receive instant data on the nearest Safe Place site. And whereas recognitions like National Safe Place Week raise important awareness of this vital program, building capacity within the existing framework by encouraging more businesses and nonprofits to become Safe Place locations, allowing the program to serve more youth in crisis. And now, therefore, Penny Sweet, Mayor of Kirkland, on behalf of the Kirkland City Council, does hereby proclaim the week of March 20 through March 26, 2022 as National Safe Place Week. And with this proclamation, extend our sincere gratitude to Friends of Youth and the Safe Place program for their important work to ensure the safety of our youth.
Thank you, Council Member. Okay, this takes us to communications. We have no announcements to make, so we are at items from the audience. This is the time in our meeting when we normally hear from the public on matters which are not quasi-judicial or scheduled for public hearing, of which there are none scheduled this evening. Because of current social distancing requirements related to COVID that are still in effect at the City of Kirkland, members of the public cannot participate in person at tonight's meeting. However, the public may still comment by Zoom or telephone. For those members of the public who are joining us by phone or on Zoom, please limit your remarks to 3 minutes, and the council will receive up to 3 comments each on both sides of each issue. If you are participating by Zoom, please click in the participants box to raise your hand. to be recognized. For those participating by phone, please dial *9 to be recognized to speak. In addition, if you're participating by Zoom but do not wish to speak, you're encouraged to watch this council meeting by live stream through the city's website. Thank you. Okay, I've got the list, and we start with Samantha St. John. Are you with us, Samantha?
I'm here.
Welcome.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of council. My name is Samantha St. John. I am the CEO of the Greater Kirkland Chamber of Commerce. And tonight, on behalf of the Kirkland Chamber of Commerce, I would like to express our support for the Bridal Trail Shopping Center project at the current site of Tech City Bowl. The Chamber is supportive of this type of development in our neighborhood commercial centers. It is consistent with the neighborhood plan, sits along the Kirkland Greenways terminus at Northeast 70th, would provide an opportunity to connect it further south along 130th Avenue Northeast, and is the best way for Kirkland to be able to expand and diversify our housing options for our growing city. Adding new multifamily housing in areas near transit and on the larger redevelopable sites protects the neighborhood's character, utilizing the appropriate larger spaces to bring in the density needed to be consistent with the directives of the Growth Management Act. We need opportunities like the Bridal Trail Shopping Center and specifically the Tech City Bowl location to develop more and different types of housing so that we can continue to be a welcoming city and provide housing for our teachers, our firefighters, employees, and others so they have an opportunity to live where they work in Kirkland. Surveys and studies are showing that many of our employees in Kirkland are commuting distances of up to 50 miles each way to reach their jobs each day. Allowing for better housing options will help to alleviate some of our transportation issues created by the congestion created from a long commute, foster a better sense of community belonging, and support more time spent with families. We think a mixed-use development in this location with 5 stories near the transit, close to several of our large employers, makes good sense. And we encourage you to move the project forward in the next steps of the process. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. St. John. That will bring up Lori Fulton. Lori, are you with us? Ms. Fulton? Have we lost our city manager?
We're checking. I think we found the name again. We're gonna try to re-promote her.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Fulton, you are still on mute. Can you hear me, Ms. Fulton?
So she may be having technical difficulties on her side. Might want to
So
move
why
to the
don't we suggest that she call back if she can hear us? And let's move on to Maria Harwell. Ms. Harwell, are you with us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Excellent. Proceed.
My name is Maria Harwell. My pronouns are she, her. I currently live in the city of Woodinville. I lived in Kirkland for 7 years until last year when I moved. I urge you all to please listen to the experts when selecting the Help Through Housing facility operators for the supportive housing at the La Quinta Inn in Kirkland. The safety of our unhoused neighbors depends on the city council. Local experts who have seen what homelessness does to the East Side's residents know best. Don't make decisions based on scary news headlines, rumors, or especially fear. Fear of the homeless is likely one of the biggest barriers that they must face on a daily basis. This fear translates all too often into violence and can also influence local government policy that deals with homelessness. Sometimes we don't realize that what we have in our heads is fear. It can wear a disguise called common sense. For example, when you see a fire in the pan where you were cooking with for your dinner, your common sense might tell you, water, put it out with water, right now. But any experienced firefighter would tell you, you have to put a lid on the pan to put the fire out by depriving it from oxygen. I urge you on the city council not to rely on so-called common sense when making decisions about the supportive housing. The sheer amount of myths around homelessness mean that much of our common sense is close to useless. And in most cases, actually actively harmful to our efforts to create the safest community possible for both the housed and unhoused residents. We absolutely must listen to the experts on this to keep everyone safe. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Harwell. That brings up Eckert, TJ.
Good evening.
Good evening. Can you introduce yourself and use your full name, please?
Thank you. My name is Jeremy Eckert. I am local counsel for ROIC, and I am commenting on item 9B in your agenda regarding Bridal Trails. ROIC owns approximately 70% of the Bridal Trail Shopping Center, and for over a year, ROIC's CEO, COO, legal counsel, and local staff have participated in the Bridal Trails planning process. ROIC supports the package before you tonight, and we want to offer one friendly amendment on the grocery as provided in the comment letter that we submitted earlier today. As noted in the staff report, the comprehensive plan calls for a provision of a grocery at Bridal Trails, and ROIC respects and understands the Planning Commission's recommendation to establish a 15,000 square foot full service grocery. ROIC's proposed amendment addresses how best to achieve this provision of a full service grocery in a rapidly changing grocery landscape. Now, as background, ROIC owns and operates only over 90 shopping centers on the West Coast, most of which are operated by grocery tenants. Grocery stores are rapidly changing with the internet, delivery service, and these click and pickup services. And the grocery landscape has changed even more dramatically during the pandemic. Simply put, we don't know what the grocery store of the future will look like. Now, it's possible that the grocery store of the future is 15,000 square feet as recommended by the Planning Commission. And if so, that's great. ROIC fully supports using the Planning Commission's grocery recommendation as the baseline grocery recommendation. But our proposed amendment provides the planning director with administrative flexibility to reduce the 15,000 square foot grocery only, and this is important, only if the applicant demonstrates that a smaller space supports a viable grocery. This language wasn't made up by ROIC, but this was the language that was originally proposed by city staff after considering other grocery size requirements in the city of Kirkland, while also reviewing more up-to-date market data on groceries. And what ROIC is asking is to reinsert this flexibility proposed by staff. This amendment avoids redoing the CAM process for Bridal Trails. if the 15,000 square foot figure is inconsistent with the market. As we all know, the CAM process takes time, staff resources, planning commission, city council attention. Redoing the CAM process for bridal trails would only slow the actualization of the city's vision for shopping, housing, and redevelopment of bridal trails. We thank you very much for your consideration of this proposal. And if we can find a path forward on this grocery store front to provide the flexibility, we would very much encourage the city council to adopt the bridal trails amendment tonight. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Eckert. That brings up Mr. Will Friend. Welcome, Mr. Friend.
Hello, you guys can hear me all right?
Yes.
All right, well, good evening, City Council. As you guys know, my name is Will Friend. I'm a Kirkland resident and full-time musician. I want to speak to you tonight to give you an update on my situation since the last meeting and to request that the council move forward with an LRM regarding busking in Kirkland. For those watching who weren't able to see the last city council meeting, I voiced my concern about a redundancy in the city ordinance that prohibits the use of amplified sound, even if the sound remains within a 50-foot radius per the same ordinance. A blanket rule against amplification doesn't make sense if an artist with self-powered amplification is adhering to the same volume limits as a non-amplified artist. Because the redundancy only serves to prohibit certain performers, such as myself, from busking in Kirkland, I brought up the argument that this ordinance is an issue of discrimination in artistic free speech, which is protected under the First Amendment. On Sunday, March 6th, 2 other buskers who used amplified sound were playing at the Kirkland Marina Park, one staying well into the evening. Neither performer experienced any issues with police, and because of this, I decided on Wednesday to set up in the same spot as one of the Sunday performers, ensuring my sound was within noise ordinance limits. Unfortunately, a repeat caller complained to the police within 30 minutes of me being there, and I received a citation. Officer Woodruff confirmed that my sound was within the limits, but he had to cite me because the complaint was specifically regarding my speaker. This incident makes it clear that the issue is not simply excessive sound. This ordinance, as it was last summer, is being used by certain individuals to waste police resources, to single out performers who they have a personal problem with. I hope you guys would agree that something must be done in order to amend a system being enforced in such an arbitrary manner. Therefore, I would like to urge the council to move forward with the legislative request memorandum proposed in the July 6th, 2021 council meeting. As a reminder, the motion was to approve legislative request detailed in the memoranda and direct staff to conduct a study on the legalities and logistics of regulating busking and or creating a permit process to regulate busking, and additionally to request that the staff identify specific items that could be implemented for the summer. This motion was carried 6-0, and with summer quickly approaching, now is the time to put that plan into action. Although this has been a very frustrating and costly experience for me, the overwhelming love and support I continue to receive from the community has encouraged me to continue to fight for equality for all performers and to bring back music at the park, which has touched so many.
Thank you, Mr. Friend. That brings up MJ Carlson. Welcome, Ms. Carlson.
Good evening, Council and Mayor and City staff. Hi, Kurt. Hope you're having a good evening. I was absolutely not going to speak today. I don't have anything prepared. And honestly, the last thing I want to do is relitigate a stupid Facebook argument at a City Council meeting. But just before the meeting started, I saw that a member of the City Council posted an insult to a community member during this study session. And I think that's frankly appalling, and I think this council needs to do something about it. Be Neighborly Kirkland is a group that has 20,000 members. It has 35 posts a day. It is a huge place that the community gathers and talks about what is happening in Kirkland. I'll be honest, I hate it. I hate Facebook. I think Facebook is bad for democracy, but for better or for worse, that's where Kirklanders talk about Kirkland things. And the fact that one city council member monopolizes that forum and then uses it to post fear-mongering, alleging that the county is planning to house known violent felons at the La Quinta, I think is, I'm speechless. So that's honestly all I have to say. I would encourage the city to come up with some sort of social media policy or plan about how to engage the public, because this was completely unacceptable from an elected official. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll bring up Melissa. Melissa, will you unmute yourself and share your full name, please?
Hi, everyone. My name is Melissa Del Rio. My pronouns are she, her. I am a spoken word artist as well as a DEI and accessibility advocate. I'm here to go back on what my friend Will Friend spoke on. Here is kind of my testimony regarding Will and his music. So last year in February 2021, I visited the Kirkland Marina Park for the first time. I was feeling really depressed at that time and had been working on caring for my mental health by visiting parks outside. The first day I visited Kirkland Marina Park, I sat near the water and ate dinner. I noticed someone playing music at the keyboard, who is now my friend, Will. Then he started playing one of my favorite songs. I felt really excited to hear the song and ran up to sign dance, Dancing with ASL, with the music. From then on, I started visiting the park when Will was playing music as it worked out with my work schedule and would often dance for people with the music. Listening to Will's music and dancing lifted my spirit up a lot when I was depressed and often was my motivation to get outside. I also want to say, not only has his music positively impacted myself, but attending the park and seeing him play, I can see how it positively affected everyone who visited the park, such as families and children. It had been such a joy to watch children's faces light up when we play Frozen or music from Moana. And I would love for families and children to be able to experience that joy by allowing Will to use amplification at the Kirkland Marina Park. I would also like to recognize the inequity between this ordinance and rule. For other instruments like people playing saxophone or clarinet, they do not use amplification. For instruments like keyboard, amplification is needed at this park in order for people to hear the music. And so in order for it to be equitable, so all musicians have a chance to play at the park, I think we need to reassess this rule and continue to make it fair and equitable so Will and other musicians who play keyboard can play at the park and continue to positively affect people's lives. Thank you.
Thank you. And that will bring up PJ Colley.
Hi, my name's Patrick Colley. I've been a Kirkland resident for going on 20 years now. I'd like to comment on the La Quinta Inn and its future use to house homeless people. Kirkland's part of King County. We should do our fair share to help the homeless, and if converting one of our hotels into housing for homeless people is part of that, so be it, and I support it. That being said, I urge the council to work with the county to impose limits on the type of population that can be living in that hotel. Specifically, I would like the homeless people living there to be nonviolent offenders. A good portion of homeless people are going to have a criminal record. I recognize that. That's part of what will come along with that hotel. However, I do think it's fair and right for our community to be mindful of who's going to be living there and how that will affect our communities. So I would like to see restrictions on that, not allowing multiple violent offenders to stay at the hotel. I think there should be rules about drug use. Marijuana is a legal drug, and a marijuana dispensary can't be within a certain amount of a school or a daycare. And there are schools and daycares in close proximity to the La Quinta. So not only legal drugs and illegal drugs should probably fall in those same guidelines. I don't know the exact distance between the hotel and the schools and daycares, but it's something to consider. I believe sex offenders should also be kept out of the hotel for some of the same reasons about the schools and the daycares. I believe I'm pretty familiar with that area. There's a lot of apartments in the area. I would imagine a lot of single parent households living there. There's probably rules about sex offenders being within a certain amount of feet of a school anyway. So that concern of mine may be moot. However, I do want the city to verify that and include that in the terms of people staying at the hotel. That is the bulk of my comment. City council people, this is a great community we have. I do think we need to do our part to help the homeless, but please also do what's right for the safety of our community and our families that have chosen to make this our home.
Thank you, Mr. Colley. City Manager, I see Deputy Manager Lopez's hand up, but I don't get a response from him.
I think we would need to promote him. Oh, I see. Here he goes.
Sorry, Madam Mayor, I don't know why that happened, but that's a technical thing. I don't.
Okay. Hey, yep. Given the topic, I wanted to make sure to call on you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. That will bring up Terry Collier.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, Mr. Collier.
Okay, sorry about that. Well, thank you everybody for tonight. I know everybody's got a lot to take into consideration. My name is Terry Collier. I live in Kirkland at 5404 Lake Washington Boulevard. I'm here tonight to speak in favor of the proposed Tech City Bowl and their new zoning guidelines. I've lived in Kirkland most of my life. I've watched the city grow and change for many years now. The city of Kirkland and my fellow residents have done a great job, I believe, in the downtown area, creating new jobs and the likes. We're now planning for future density near the 85th Transit Station off I-405. I believe we need new, well-designed apartments in this specific area, in line with the goals of Bridal Trails, of course, in the neighborhood plan. This project will also benefit our neighborhood with new retail opportunity, not to mention the bicycle and pedestrian connectors for the broader area. In short, I'd like to urge the council to move forward with the final adoption of this plan. I know I've spoken to many of my friends and neighbors about this. I'm 67 years old, and I may represent a different age group, which might not normally be for something like this, but in this particular case, everyone I've spoken to is. We all believe it's the new way of living in Kirkland, and creating this opportunity would be very positive in all the people I've spoken with, not to mention my own feelings and opinion. So thank you for hearing me, and I recommend that we move forward.
Thank you, Mr. Collier.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Okay, that brings up Jesse Clausen.
Hello, council members. This is Jessie Clausen of McCullough-Hillary. I represent the Tech City Bowl folks. We're really happy to be here in front of you tonight with our zoning code amendment that will allow for a good amount of residential use and middle market affordable housing on the site. I know you've heard from a couple of folks tonight already that are supportive of the amendment. We're very excited to hear community support. We did want to say that we are supportive of the amendment that ROIC has prepared related to the grocery. We think it's a very reasonable way of allowing flexibility with staff discretion, while also maintaining the intent of the BT7 policy and making sure that there is a good grocery store there at the shopping center. You were also emailed today or a few of you were emailed by Don Wells, who's one of the family members for Tech City, one of my clients. He mentioned that high performance building standards, we know that you are considering those next council meeting, not next week, April 5th. We are more than happy to weigh in on those at that time, but we don't think that it needs to, or the concerns we have with the high performance building standards need to hold up this ordinance in any way. So we're hopeful that you're ready to go. We've been at this for quite a long time, and we'd like to get going on an ultimate project there. So thanks again for all of your work and also all of the Planning Commission's work. Thanks.
Thank you. And that brings up Lori Fulton. Welcome, Lori. Can you hear me?
Hi. Hopefully you can hear me.
We can hear you.
Great. My name is Lori Fulton, and I live in Bridal, which is right across the street, across 132nd Avenue Northeast from the proposed development. Now, we're not against the proposed development, but the Planning Commission admitted at their meeting, the public hearing, which I testified at, that they hadn't really looked at our corner of the lot. So what I'm requesting is some amendments. I sent a letter Monday morning to all the council members. Hopefully you had a chance to read that. But specifically with regard to setbacks and limiting the 5-story building percentage to a portion of the project as opposed to all 5 stories. So I don't think there's enough guidance for the design review board yet, and I would like to see a little more specificity, especially since it's going to block, we can see the shopping center very clearly from our house. It's going to block almost all of our afternoon light if you allow 5 stories on that frontage. So what I'd like is that the storm pond frontage be differentially treated than the single family residential frontage, and consider 3 stories with maybe 100-foot setback from the right of way before you go higher than that. And I detailed a lot of specifics. There is no other place where you have single family residential right next to a 5-story building. Also, our residential treatment, or excuse me, residential use is not given the same considerations as the other residential uses on 65th and 130th, again, because the Planning Commission hadn't really thought about it. They say arterial and it's all the same, but it's not. 70th is very different than 132nd. So I'd really like if you could consider an amendment to some of that language that's being proposed in the zoning code. Consistent with minimizing neighborhood center, or excuse me, minimizing impacts to residential uses.
Thank you, Ms. Fulton. Okay, I see no additional hands raised to address the council at this time. Anybody who does want to spoke too soon. Okay, so how many speakers have we had with regard to support of the health through housing? Just one? I'm sorry, Jay, what was that?
Sorry. We've had 2 speakers on health through housing, one.
Okay, thank you. Then that'll bring up Karina O'Malley.
Mayor Sweet, how did you know what I was going to talk about? So, hello. I wasn't going to talk tonight, but I have seen sort of a downward spiral of folks trying to find some group of people that it feels okay to discriminate against. It sort of started with people who use illegal drugs, or now I hear tonight people who use legal drugs, or maybe drink alcohol, or have a criminal conviction. I just would urge you all, if you want to make new laws that apply to all of us, have an open debate and vote on new ordinances so we can all be involved in that process. But do not create additional restrictions and barriers to folks living in a certain place because they have previously experienced homelessness. I want to tell you 2 stories really quick because I want to emphasize the fact that damage has already been done. Okay, when there was a debate in Bellevue about whether the men's shelter should be low barrier, there was constant public comment about how a shelter was fine, but you can't just let anybody in. You have to have standards. People need to be clean and sober. The shelter that Congregations for the Homeless was running at that time was a low barrier shelter. But I have a friend who had a friend. They were going to go into shelter that night, but they had been drinking. And Mike's friend said, I can't go in because they're not going to let me in because I'm drunk. And Mike said, it's really cold out there. Come in with me, please. And he's like, nope, they're just going to kick me out at the door because I've heard all these people saying that drunk people should get into shelter. And so he stayed outside that night and he died. I got a letter from a person who is chronically homeless and on many criteria could qualify to live at La Quinta. And she said that she wouldn't want to live there because she heard it was going to be dangerous, that it was going to be full of dangerous people. So now she's going to continue to be homeless because of this rhetoric. People are listening. Please be careful what you say. Thank you.
Thanks, Karina. Okay. I'm going to make one final call for anyone who wishes to address the council. And seeing none, I will declare this items from the audience period ended, which will take us to special presentations. The COVID-19 update. City Manager.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to give a quick COVID-19 update. I've been told that maybe the links haven't worked for everybody, so there's a link to the updates on the rent relief program. So I'm just going to give a very high-level overview, but the page has been updated, and we'll make sure that everybody has access to it. So as of March 9th, the very good news is we have provided $378,000 of rent relief to over 87 households. And we are seeing applications start to slow down for our current categories because they were to end in 2021. So one thing that we want to bring to the attention of the council is there, obviously Omicron extended into early 2022, and we're now starting to see an issue of sort of affordability evolving. So people who are both challenged by COVID and now are also challenged by the huge increases in inflation, some of the other challenges that are going on. So right now we've been asked to consider almost $1.7 million of additional rental relief from various programs. So we'll be coming back to the council with some ways to think about that. Some of that might be ARPA funded, some of that might be human services funded. There might be other things that we can do as well, but some of this is also because the county's program, the EPRAP program, has been finished. One of the other things that is going very well is we did our second round of business relief funding. So I think we talked about this before, where we had a category of people who didn't directly lose revenue, but they had to borrow from somebody or some entity in order to keep their business afloat. And so we have come up with a new qualifying COVID relief program under ARPA, which we posted on March 10th, and we've already had 45 businesses apply, which will qualify for about $190,000 worth of rental relief. We have $250,000 set aside for that program, so far that's holding well, but that may be another place that if we get additional applications, we may look to infuse some more money into that program also. And then our utility relief program is also picking up steam. We've now given over $40,000 of utility relief. Again, that's within the budget we have set aside, but so it's a nice demonstration of both our response, but also this demonstration of the need out there that we're seeing all these programs get utilized. So we'll be keeping the council in the loop as we continue to evolve and find ways to help people, but I just wanted to make sure you knew the latest, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
I see nothing. Oh, wait, here, Councilmember Black.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So, thank you, City Manager, too, for that update. It reminds me how thankful I am that, we did hold some of the relief budget in reserve for the unknown. And so I'm glad that I think we're going to have some of the flexibility to tailor our relief to the latest needs, even at what we hope is the tail end of the pandemic. I also wanted to call I've discussed this with the city manager. I want to call it to the attention of all of my colleagues on the council. I do periodically track, it's not hard to do. There's a website that allows me to track evictions throughout the city of Kirkland. And there actually were 7 evictions filed in Kirkland in January for non-payment of rent. We don't know the basis for those evictions, and we don't know if the tenants against whom those evictions were filed have been affected by COVID or not. But I have mentioned that to city manager, and city manager, I think, is going to check with our community services staff and find out if we can find more about those 7 evictions. It may not be simple to do so, but we do want to understand, I think, whether I think our program has done I feel like our program has done an extremely good job of providing the relief to those tenants in Kirkland who needed the relief the most. But we want to understand if there's anyone in those 7 evictions that we missed. And if we did miss, we want to understand why, and if there's more outreach we can do. So just want to call attention to that. And city manager, did you have anything you wanted to add to what I just said?
Yeah. No, thank you for bringing that up. We have not had a chance to track that down yet, but we'll report back as soon as we have.
Yeah, and I can't promise that we'll be able to find exactly the information we need, but if the information is available, it'd be great for us to know whether there's something that we can do to improve our outreach and whatnot. So thanks.
Keep your eagle eye out there. We don't want any holes in our net. Okay, with that takes us to Resolution R5434 update, Police Use of Force Dashboard. City Manager.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. So a couple things I want to say about this. We decided to use the special presentation to highlight this is a second discussion of the Police Use of Force Dashboard. Tonight, we are thinking that this will be about a 10 to 15 minute check-in, and we're going to highlight the report, not go into a lot of the detail. The memo itself was quite extensive. So if the council conversation needs to go longer, we're very happy to bring this back and reschedule more time on future council agendas. But we're just going to be hitting the highlights in this particular presentation. So Here to give that is our Police Chief, Sherry Harris.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Deputy Mayor Arnold, and council members. Thank you for allowing your time in your busy agenda to receive a high-level overview of police use of force data analysis and the evaluation report. And let me share my screen and see if I can. Do you see that? How's that?
You still have the next slide showing. There you go.
Perfect.
That's it.
All right. And of course, I can't see all of you now, but please let me know if you have any questions. I have 10 slides, and Police Strategies Chief Executive Officer Bob Scales is available to answer questions about the data analysis conducted in this report. Have any questions for him? So I've included a portion of the introduction to the department's policy manual on use of force in this presentation. A primary focus of the department's policies and training centers on de-escalation with the ultimate objective of gaining voluntary compliance in a law enforcement encounter that requires an officer to take a subject into custody. Most of the work the officers are involved in every day brings them into contact with members of our community experiencing conflict. The men and women of the Kirkland Police Department absolutely recognize and respect the value of all human life and protecting a person's dignity. As this slide indicates, vesting officers with the authority to use reasonable force and to protect the public welfare requires monitoring, evaluation, and careful balancing of all interests. I believe that the use of force data analysis supports this statement. This report is a result of Resolution 5434 passed by the City Council on August 4th, 2020. And as part of the transparency strategies outlined in Section 1, staff was directed to develop a police use of force interactive public dashboard. In addition, under the accountability strategies outlined in Section 2, staff was directed to contract with a third party to conduct a use of force data evaluation and analysis. Reputable third-party vendors, to include independent police oversight, were contacted, who specifically recommended Police Strategies LLC, due to their ability to both analyze data and publish an interactive public-facing dashboard. There are no other third-party contractors who are providing these services in one contract. The contract included 5 years of full use of force data, an evaluation, and an interactive public-facing dashboard that will be updated on an annual basis. During the January 18th City Council study session, the public-facing dashboard was introduced and soon thereafter published to the department's website. It's been viewed over 1,000 times, and 19 comments were provided by the public that helped staff develop a frequently asked questions section that is provided in your packet and will be posted to the website. On this slide, I've included a screen capture of the Seattle Police Department's use of force dashboard and the 11 data points that are available on their website. They categorize use of force events as level 1, 2, or 3. They provide trends, demographics, and total force used by day of the week and hour of the day. A user can also view all of this information in each of the precincts, and it is interactive. In comparison, the Police Strategies dashboard allows members of the public to see the actual technique used in each use of force encounter and a significant amount of other detail. This example is only comparing force tactics, but we clearly provided more detail. The data analysis conducted over a 5-year period from 2016 to 2020 includes 236,477 calls for service, of which officers made 8,163 arrests and used force against 220 subjects. The use of force is defined in the department's manual as the application of physical techniques or tactics, chemical agents, or weapons to another person with an intent to physically control an unwilling person, whether the application was effective or not. Key findings in the report include how long officers take to attempt to gain compliance by utilizing de-escalation techniques, are less likely to utilize weapons, and the most common force tactic utilized by Kirkland officers is grab and or pull. Most use of force incidents that occur in the department are the result of an attempt by officers to take a subject into custody, involve an assault, and 99% of subjects were physically abused. Other key findings are that officers use the minimal amount of force necessary to gain compliance. The highest area of risk is the number of use of force sequences utilized by officers in gaining control of a subject. The risks involved in sequences could lead to additional injuries to officers and subjects, as KPD officers also take longer to control subjects during a force event as compared to other agencies. Police strategies utilize both the census data of the residential population as well as arrest data to also conduct a demographic disparity analysis of use of force data. Arrest data was broken down by the subject's gender, race, and age. In the summary report, police strategies detailed their analysis and found that there was less disparity for most demographic groups, except for juvenile and aging subjects. The staff report and the public-facing dashboard both provide details on juvenile and the arrest of aging subjects, the majority of which come in contact with officers due to 911 calls for service. The juvenile incidents initially involved a disturbance, were physically resisting, and officers utilized low levels of force, such as grab and pull, to gain control. The outcome of the majority of these calls were that the juveniles were released to their parents and involved in assault or a crisis situation. These are incidents involving patrol officers. They are not our school resource officers. And as you are aware, the department provides quarterly reporting on the interactions that occur in schools, and there are very few physical arrests that occur involving escalations in students. There does not appear to be a pattern in dispatch calls for service, crimes committed, or officers involved in any of these incidents. But this report provides staff with additional areas of focus to ensure members of the department are not showing bias in addressing juveniles or agents. I asked police strategies as I was developing this presentation tonight to provide additional feedback to the department on the disparity with juveniles, Black people of color, and Asian subjects. How could we reduce it to 1.0 or lower for use of force arrests? They indicated it would be 1 less use of force incident for Asian subjects, 2 less for Black people of color, and 3 for juveniles. The totality of the number of use of force events are low, but nevertheless, staff take the disparities seriously and continue to ensure an executive level review of each event. Pairing this staff review with the input received from persons of color most impacted by use of force, the department has altered policies to emphasize de-escalation and, as you know, rescinded lateral vestibular neck restraints. The new crime dashboard also includes demographic information to ensure transparency and how officers are coming into contact with people of color, arrests that occur, and whether or not the adjudication of the incident is consistent with other groups. So the crime dashboard that we are publishing and is now public is what I'm speaking about there. So near the end of the data analysis report, police strategies provided a comparison between Kirkland use of force tactics and the 91 other agencies in their database. Kirkland officers were more likely to use physical force only during an incident than officers from other agencies, and were much less likely to use weapons such as a taser or pepper spray. Compared to other agencies, Kirkland PD's subject injury rate were in the average range, except for taser probe injuries. Kirkland officers use their taser at a lower rate than other agencies. I just want to make it clear that officers are required to document in their incident reports any complaint of pain or injury by a subject after the use of force. Medical assistance is required for any subject who exhibits signs of physical distress, has sustained a visible injury, or expresses complaint of injury or continuing pain. and the majority of injuries to subjects after the use of force were minor. And that brings me to the question page. I just want to say though, thank you very much to all of the city council members who supported this use of force data analysis and the public facing dashboard. It's another tool that we can use that highlights areas of concern. We use them for de-escalation training. We use them for developing scenarios that include not just de-escalation, but use of force intervention. And we really appreciate your support in putting this together.
Thank you, Sherry. Council discussion. Just let me say to kick it off, I read that report, as we all have been paying very close attention all the way through this process. And my overall evaluation of the data is, I'm proud of that police department, and please convey that to your officers. Our reluctance to use force is commendable. Anyway, anybody else want to say anything or talk to anybody? Questions? Councilmember Curtis.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Chief. And I agree, it was a good report to read and know that we are trending in the right direction. I just want to respond to some of the feedback we received from the community, in particular, the color palette. And I do find that the black background and the sort of shades of colors are difficult for my old eyes. So I'm hoping that we can revise that. The summary report was very informative and a good way to look at the data. So we will be publishing that report on our webpage, correct? And we will also receive a similar report on the annual update that we can publish.
I don't check the annual report, but yes, we will be publishing it.
Okay, so I think the analysis is very helpful. Couple small requests. Every time I see UOF on your webpage, I read it as UFO. I think it would be awesome if we spell out use of force dashboard just for people that don't know what UOF is. And then there was a comment on a request for other kinds of data, and you just mentioned our crime dashboard. I think it would be good if we publish our police dashboard memos on that front page to give people a bigger picture look. But well done. Thank you for moving this forward.
Deputy Mayor Arnold.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I think I want to see that UFO dashboard, but that's probably a separate topic. Thank you, Chief, for all the hard work in this report and the diligence in getting into the data. We started this discussion with an observation that our initial dashboard data said that if you used race as the sole metric, that things were higher, and it was something we need to drill into. And this dashboard really gives us the ability to drill into things. But even as you go and drill into it, you do see a small disparity with people of color versus white people in use of force. When you're talking about use of force that has all the detailed factors of the situation, the level of resistance, etc. And I appreciate the fact that you've gone in there and drilled down into the original reports to say, no, these were all appropriate and within policy and training, etc. I do want to be able to use this as a tool to continue to, for the community to continue to have confidence. Would it be possible for those narrative reports to be released even in a redacted way so that the public can have the same transparency of the information that you're looking at to determine that things are not significant? I appreciate that these are only a handful of cases, and perhaps that's something we could release. Is that possible?
So we do periodically get public disclosure requests for all of our use of force reports. So I do believe that's probably something that exists already. And so just looking at how to publish those in a way that would be meaningful with the dashboard.
I think it would be helpful to have those released in some form, even if it's something that's part of this regular report that council reviews, so that we could look at the same detailed data with that, because that level of transparency will continue to build confidence and deal with folks that start this discussion from a point of skepticism about the police. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Falcone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, I want to start off by saying thank you, Chief Harris. I know that I don't know all the feedback that you received, but I know that I gave you a lot of feedback about this dashboard, and I really appreciate how receptive you and the contractor have been, to both the public feedback and I know council feedback as well. I've seen a lot of edits that have been happening on the fly to the dashboard to really improve based on the suggestions that were provided. So thank you so much for that. A couple of things that I just wanted to mention. I agree with Councilmember Curtis that I think the dark colored back of the contrast is a little bit challenging visually. Still, I know we've discussed this a little bit, but I feel like there are still a lot of terminology on here. Like I think it was the Deputy Mayor, Councilmember Curtis mentioned that can be a little bit confusing to some members of the public. So just if we could have more explanations, hover over definitions of some of these terms, I think that would be really helpful. Also, I noticed that the dashboard is not mobile friendly. Trying to view it on my iPhone, I can't even scroll over to see the right half of it. And it would be really great if folks, especially just wanting to keep it really accessible for folks in the public to be able to see that. If there's a way that we could make it mobile friendly, that would be, I think that's really important. And then final piece of feedback, I'm wondering I'm glad to see that we're going to be continuing to update this dashboard. Once a year doesn't seem that often to me. I'm wondering if it would be possible to update every 6 months, or what would be feasible for if we wanted to update that a little bit more frequently than once per year, Chief? Do you have a recommendation for that?
I think that there might have been included in the staff report an estimate of doing that. And I see that Mr. Scales has turned on his camera, so he might have a better idea on what that would cost.
Sure. So we can update the dashboard as often as a department would like. I mean, the challenge is that there's obviously an additional cost each time we have to update the dashboard and code the cases. And normally, for example, one of the larger departments we have, San Jose, has 600 to 700 uses of force a year. So we update their dashboards quarterly with only about 40 incidents a year. If you were to do quarterly updates, that would only be 10 cases. So that basically there'd be quite a bit of work for very little benefit because it's adding 10 cases to the 286 you already have is not going to substantially change the dashboards. So I would recommend sticking with annual updates and then the annual reports, but we could do more frequent if you wanted.
Thank you. I appreciate that. That's feedback that we received from the community, is that they were looking to have it be updated more than annually. So I appreciate you having that as part of the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. A question in follow-up to Councilmember. Oh, wait, I think we'll let Councilmember Black do it. Councilmember Black.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. What am I being asked to do?
In our conversation today, you made a suggestion. I think you're going to bring it up now.
Oh, you know what? You read my mind. You're right. Actually, that's exactly what I was going to do. So, yeah, so I did want, I don't know where the council is going to, come out on the issue of, the frequency and the resources necessary to do it more frequently or not. But one of the suggestions I had, and it's something I discussed, it came from a discussion I had with the city manager, who was able to share with me some information about Chief Harris and your department and the reports, some of the improvements that your command has seen in the reports that are being prepared by officers, in part because of the process associated with developing this dashboard and feedback that I imagine the contractors, but also your crime analysts are probably giving feedback to command and feedback ultimately to officers about those reports. And those, I get the sense that those reports are improving. So with that in mind, one of the thoughts I had was that we could potentially, the council could consider more frequent reporting for, let's say, the next year while we continue to see this improvement throughout both the dashboard and as well as the incident reports. And then at the end of that period, let's say January 1 of 2023, consider moving to an annual reporting, knowing that those use of force, those incident reports are available by public records request. And so if a resident of Kirkland wants to know sort of the current state of things in the middle of the calendar year, they could do a public records request and receive somewhere between, let's say, 0 and 45 incident reports. And what we could maybe do just to give more transparency and visibility is perhaps as part of the dashboard, provide a ticker. So just showing the number of incident reports that have been prepared by the department during the current calendar year, along with a text box that lets residents know that if they want to know what's going on with the current year, they could do a public records request and give them very clear instructions on how to do that and how to get access to those reports. Those are going to be reports that through this process are going to be improved. And then, but we can still maybe balance both human and financial resources to do this on a less frequent basis while still having a healthy amount of transparency as to what is currently happening with the department and incidents and easy access to those incidents. That's my idea. So Chief Harris, I don't know if you want to react to that idea or just I'll just let everyone take it under advisement. It's an option we could consider if we do want to go to a less frequent actual report update.
It allows for people who are actually curious to get the information they need and how to do that, and it does work. So take all that into consideration. Look at exactly how much time it takes to redact all the reports. I really appreciate the input. I think the most difficult hurdle to overcome is trying to move it to a mobile device. It's not an app, and there are so many data points. If you look at Seattle, they use 11, and this one just has so many more data points on that. That may be something that will be to overcome. Together with how we make it more viewable on our website.
Folks, is it just me or is Sherry breaking up a lot? Okay.
And I'm in the PD.
Go figure. And you're on the top of the hill. Oh, well. So are we done with this? Should we let Sherry go?
Well, just I guess to recap, what I think I'm hearing from the council is come up with a couple other options to look at how we might do something in 2022 beyond just the annual report, which could range from paying for more updates in the dashboard to exploring kind of creative alternatives to provide alternative ways to get that information. So that's sort of the consensus of the council.
Along with associated costs.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
So I will work with the chief and we'll develop a few options for a future update.
Super. Okay, that takes us then to item number 8, the consent calendar. Before we have a motion, I'd like to ask Deputy Mayor Arnold to present an audit of the accounts.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We had payroll in the amount of $3,316,510.74 and bills in the amount of $2,938,333.51.
Thank you. Can I get a motion to approve the consent calendar?
So moved.
Moved by Councilmember Black, seconded by Councilmember Falcone.
Before 9 a.m., by the way, or 9 p.m., I wanted to make a note of that.
That's a good idea. Any discussion? Okay, the question is on the motion to approve the consent calendar, moved by Councilmember Black, seconded by Councilmember Falcone. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Mayor,
Aye.
Mayor, we need a roll call vote.
We have ordinances. Oh, there's an ordinance. Okay. Go ahead, Kathy.
Councilmember Nixon,
Yes.
Councilmember Black,
Yes.
Councilmember Curtis,
Yes.
Councilmember Falcone,
Yes.
Councilmember Pascal,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Arnold,
Yes.
Mayor Sweet.
Yes, the motion carries. That will take us to our business agenda, and we'll just dive right in with the Kirkland Zoning Code Chapter 95, Tree Management and Required Landscaping Code Amendments, Part 5. City Manager.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. So our hope is that tonight this is the final discussion and up for adoption, but obviously if the council does decide it needs more time at the end of it, we can obviously bring it back. But we do think we have all the issues at least for your final vote and decision. And here to walk you through all of those things is Katie Hogan, our urban forester.
Hi, everyone. Good evening. Thank you, City Manager Triplett. And can everyone hear me okay and see my screen?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Good evening, Madam Mayor, Deputy Mayor Arnold, and members of the council. We are very excited to be back here in front of you today before 9 p.m. to review a consolidated draft code for consideration of final adoption. So the presentation should last roughly 20 minutes tonight, hopefully a little shorter, but we will have ample time for council comments and questions and discussion throughout. So tonight we'll be going over a brief background and development of the KZC 95 tree code amendments. We'll also be covering some additional miscellaneous code amendments that are in response to prior council direction. And we'll review options for private property tree removals not related to development activity, which we will be asking for some specific feedback and direction from council on tonight. We'll also be briefly touching on comments received from both the Master Builders Association of King and Snohomish counties and the Fin Hill Neighborhood Alliance. And finally, we will start to talk strategy moving forward for implementing the tree code. And if council is ready, we do have an ordinance ready for council adoption. Okay, so getting into just kind of recapping the background, a lot of this was in the staff memo, but just wanted to touch base on it. The process did start back in June of 2018 with collaboration between the Planning Commission, Houghton Community Council, city staff, and other stakeholders. And over the next several months following that start date, there were 4 different iterations of the draft code. They were created to help identify key issues and goals of creating a new tree code. Leading up to a COVID hiatus between February of 2020 and May of 2021, there were over 20 official meetings to discuss and workshop the tree code. And then after that hiatus, starting again last May, council resumed diligently reviewing the amendments and continued to help staff toward the desired outcomes of the new tree code. So starting in November of last year, staff provided council with a step-by-step review of the proposed amendments, which were derived from the Planning Commission draft code over the course of 4 city council meetings. And we continued to revise the draft in real time based on ongoing council feedback. So tonight, where we're at is we have a consolidated draft code in front of you to be considered for final adoption. So in addition to the consolidated draft code, staff has also made a few additional amendments based on council feedback received at the February 15th meeting. These amendments are outlined in more detail in the staff memo provided for tonight's meeting. Just kind of a brief overview of these amendments. It includes adding ADUs or accessory dwelling units as a development guarantee, revising the definition of pruning to state that pruning shall not exceed the industry standard of 25% canopy removal, adding language into the forest stewardship plan, encouraging applicants to seek direction from city staff when developing their plan, adding more robust landscape requirements and specifications to rooftop landscaping under section 9544. And finally, adding a specific reference in the code to the $450 fee in lieu that council has reviewed, so that it's very clear to applicants what the expected cost would be for mitigation trees. So before we move on, does council have any questions about any of these amendments that were included in the staff memo and in the consolidated code?
I see none.
Okay, thank you. So during the February 1st meeting, council requested that staff pursue some additional options that would allow for increased flexibility for homeowners to remove trees on their property. And this would include allowing the removal of the last remaining trees. So at this time, we would like to start with clarifying whether the majority of council continues to support the idea of allowing the removal of the last remaining trees. So in the staff memo, this was that section that had those 3 different options for removal of last remaining trees. Just to clarify, this is specifically for private homeowner removals and not related to development projects. So kind of the way that we suggest working through this would be for each of the council members to comment and clarify whether they continue to support allowing the removal of the last remaining trees and whether it matches the intent and desired outcome of the proposed code. So if council is not supportive of allowing the last trees to be removed on a site, you could adopt option 1, and that's reflected in the included ordinance in tonight's council packet. So option 1 would maintain the existing code with the addition of the increased 12-month tree removal allowances based on property size, as recommended by staff and the Planning Commission. So just for clarity, and feel free to ask clarifying questions if it's not clear, but that would be currently the existing code allows for 2 tree removals per 12 months on any property, no matter the size of the property. The proposed code allows for the same concept, but an increased number of trees based on property size, which pans out to either 2, 3, or 4 trees, depending on your lot size.
Katie, I see a hand up from Councilmember.
Oh, yeah. Yes, please.
Well, I'm happy for her to finish explaining if there's more coming.
Just a quick one more paragraph.
Go ahead, Katie.
Yeah. Okay, so if council does support allowing a departure, which we discussed at the February 15th meeting, that would allow for the removal of the last remaining trees, staff can walk through some options of how this could be implemented. And the code language for those alternate options is included in the staff memo and could be then substituted as an amendment to the ordinance. So I think at this time, I can open the floor up and ask that council members talk about this specific issue and kind of where they stand on it.
Thanks,
Thank you.
Katie. Councilmember Nixon.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Well, I don't support any of the 3 options. I don't see that the concern I've raised multiple times about untouchable trees has been addressed at all. In option 1, the last 2 trees can't be removed unless they are hazardous or nuisance trees. And in options 2 and 3, the last 2 trees can't be removed if they are landmark trees. I mean, I should be able to remove those trees and replace them elsewhere. They should not be untouchable just because they're the last 2. I mean, I'm fine. Make me have a minimum number of trees, have me replant trees either on my property or elsewhere, but don't force me to keep those specific trees. Also, I just don't support this idea of paying fines for removing trees. I should not have to pay a fine like I'm some sort of criminal for removing my trees from my property. I own them. They're mine. They don't belong to the city or to the public or to society at large. If I need to pay actual reasonable costs for replacement or offsite mitigation, that's fine. But I strongly oppose having to pay a fine of any kind unless I've actually broken the law by cutting down someone else's tree or something like that, or cutting down a tree that I didn't have a permit, or cutting down too many trees. I mean, there's lots of conditions where a fine might have to be paid, but to simply take the last 2 trees off of my own property and replant other trees elsewhere on my property, I should not have to pay a fine for that. And so I'm not satisfied with any of these 3 options. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Pascal?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm going to keep this pretty short and sweet, but I support staff's option 1, recommendation option 1. I think we are spending a lot of time on this, and this is really something that's going to happen very infrequently. Plus, it's not legal today. So, and I've not heard this being a huge problem. So I support option 1.
Thank you. Councilmember Curtis?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I also support option 1. It's what is in our code today. We started this project with the intent on how to expand and improve our tree canopy. There's no reason to go backwards and remove those last 2 trees. And there is a workaround. If you are proactive, you can plant additional trees on your property. And when they get to regulated size, you can remove the 2 trees that you want to remove for your veggie garden. So I do support option 1, and I think it's the right direction to go.
Thank you. Councilmember Falcone?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Katie, thank you for making this easy for us with the process and telling us what you need from us. That's really helpful. So just want to give you my vote. My vote is also for option 1, and I won't repeat the reasons that my fellow council members gave, but for your tally, my vote is option 1. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving right along, Councilmember Black.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I was trying to get my hand down so I don't end up leaving it up, but I can't get it down, so we'll leave it up for now. Yeah, I'm going to support option 1. I have found this to be one of the actually more interesting and challenging issues, especially in these final, the final short strokes of completing the examination of the tree code. But I've spent a lot of time thinking about this particular issue, and although I don't think there is necessarily a right or wrong answer, I agree with a lot of what I've heard from Councilmember Pascal and Councilmember Curtis on this. Ultimately, well, I'll say no more. That's where I stand on this one. And I'll relinquish the floor. Thanks.
Thank you. And I don't see Deputy Mayor Arnold. What I will do is I will sandwich this by echoing the comments of Councilmember Nixon. I cannot support any of these options for reasons that we've already all heard about. I feel like this particular step is just too heavy-handed. And I fall on the side of property rights where this is concerned. But I believe we've got 4 votes already, so I will let you proceed, Katie, unless Deputy Mayor Arnold wants to make a comment. Okay, go ahead, Katie.
Okay, thank you, council members, and thank you for all that feedback and comments. I do think City Manager Triplett, I might defer to you for a moment. Do we want to look at any motions, anything formality wise?
I think,
moving forward.
Remind me, I believe that the way the code is currently written in the packet, it includes the restriction, right?
Correct, yeah.
So if that's the case, then we don't need a motion to change. So I think we're okay.
Okay,
just proceeding. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, so kind of switching gears here a little bit, and we'll have more opportunity to talk about the all the small details of the tree code, but I did want to address some comments that we received from both the Finn Hill Neighborhood Alliance, Ken Goodwin representing them, as well as the Master Builders. So I'm going to dive into those. So they, Ken Goodwin submitted comments to staff yesterday, and council did ask us to provide a response and address these comments in our presentation tonight. So several of these comments have already been previously addressed in past memos and presentations, about 5 or 7 or so of the 16 comments. So I'll provide some brief clarity on some of these comments if needed, and then I'll address those that have not been discussed yet in recent meetings, but feel free to ask questions if you wanted clarity on any of the comments that you saw. So the first comment was regarding IDP language, or the Integrated Development Plan process, and that is missing from the proposed draft code. So similar to how the phased review process was eliminated in the Holmes Point overlay, these amendments eliminate this phased review citywide and will now require an IDP for all short plats and subdivisions. So it is omitted from the code and will now be up to the standards of essentially every other city development project. The next comment brought up issues with tree fencing, which continues to be an ongoing topic, and about tree fencing being moved during development projects. So staff really does feel that the proposed code takes some large strides to better maintain tree fencing throughout the duration of a development project, including requiring that the approved tree protection plans be posted onto the fencing, and having more strict language in the code regarding seeking city approval prior to moving any fencing. FinHill did make some suggestions about adding some specific language in terms of hardware that should be installed to secure fences, and staff doesn't feel that these small details on how the fencing gets installed and secured is necessarily appropriate verbiage for the zoning code, and is more of an administrative manner. The next concern was regarding high landslide areas, which is also a hot topic, an ongoing topic. Staff just wants to reiterate that these high landslide areas, which FinHill referred to as kind of these red areas in their comment letter, are currently regulated and will continue to be regulated under the amended code. So the distinction here is that the definition that we chose to include in the tree code is landslide hazard area, as opposed to high landslide hazard area. And the reason that we chose that more general definition is because that specifically ties back to Chapter 85 for geologically hazardous areas. And looking at that definition, it also encompasses both high and the moderate landslide hazard buffers, which is something that we wanted to make sure that those areas were also regulated in addition to the high landslide areas. Additionally, just to tack on to that, because the proposed code does call to mandate the tree removal notification process for all tree removals citywide, staff will be much better able to educate homeowners of these restrictions on their individual lots. So, hopefully we'll see a lot less trees being removed on steep slopes without a permit. So the next comment was regarding right-of-way tree removals, and that they should not be permitted within 200 feet of the ordinary high water mark. Not going to go into too much detail on this one, but the city does have both the Shoreline Master Program and Chapter 83.400 to regulate tree removals in these areas, as well as the rest of the tree code and critical areas codes. FinHill also commented about requiring a standardized arborist report to reduce subjectivity. Staff definitely thinks this is a really great idea, and is something that we've been thinking about at length, and how to create, a optimal template for arborists to use that would reduce the amount of revisions and corrections during development submittals. So we do intend to create a template which would be optional at this time for arborists to use, but we would encourage arborists to use our template to hopefully reduce revisions that are required. So the next comment is regarding developers making appointments, and they should be required to make an appointment with the city inspector to be on site when LSM, or land surface modification activity, begins. And the city does already require a pre-construction meeting and a tree fence inspection prior to work beginning on LSM projects. They also commented on the idea of having a 3-strike policy for tree service companies that violate the tree code. So the city's business licensing code, section 702260, does allow for the suspension or revocation of licenses if in violation to the zoning or building code. And so I know there's been some ongoing discussion with our code enforcement team about this. Jeremy, did you want to chime in on this particular subject, or did you have anything else to add?
I'd just add, we looked at this at length with the tree penalty amendments we did a little over a year ago. And I think the conclusion at that time was that the current language in the business licensing regulation supports revocation of building licenses, but council at the time didn't want to separate out tree code violations versus other potential life safety and similar violations. So we just left it as is at the time. And I would note we still use that quite sparingly. It's a fairly severe penalty.
Thank you, Jeremy. And then finally, they did request that council add a date to their your work calendar to address additional tree code topics. If desired, council could add this request to a future work program. Staff does want to highlight that council has devoted additional staff resources to the Sustainability Master Plan implementation, which also involves urban forestry objectives. So that was kind of a overview of some of their key questions, and just wanted to check in with council at this time to see if you have any questions or comments or wanted some further elaboration on Finn Hill's comments.
Council? Go ahead, Katie.
Okay. Okay, so moving on to comments received from the master builders. They provided a comment letter on February 1st, and council requested a response. So the main theme that emerged in the MBAC's letter was, whether the proposed code overall will achieve the city's environmental and urban canopy goals, will balance development and property owner rights, and provide additional clarity and predictability than the existing code. So specific responses to these questions are outlined in detail in the provided staff memo. But overall, staff just wanted to kind of say that we do believe the draft code will help us reach many of our tree and development related goals. A lot of work has been done to codify standards that will support these canopy goals, while at the same time trying to strike this balance between property and development rights. Some examples of these in no particular order include requiring more robust mitigation and replacement tree standards to get more trees planted in the city, protection of our large landmark trees, which we know provide immense ecological benefits, increasing property owner tree removal allowances, which does increase property owner rights, adding different development standards, site plan alteration options to development projects to provide kind of an easier to understand and more workable toolkit for developers, as well as adding development guarantees to ensure that development rights are also being met. So with that, are there any other any specific questions about MBAC's letter before we get into our next couple of slides?
Council? Seeing none, go ahead, Katie.
Okay, I think this is record time tonight. Looking forward, should council decide to adopt the ordinance, staff recommends having about 2 months for us to be able to update internal procedures and conduct pretty extensive external outreach. This would include updates to the website, updates to our permitting system, permitting templates, hosting workshops, recording online workshops for any qualified professionals, developers, homeowners, notifying parties that have submitted for or done pre-submittal meetings within the last 6 months or so to let them know of the upcoming change. And then with that, we would suggest a tentative effective date of June or 2 months following adoption to allow time to kind of really have systems in place. Are there any questions about this proposed implementation schedule or any concerns?
I see none. Go ahead, Katie.
All right. Okay, so last slide of the day here. So onto the fun part. We would like to open the floor up to city council members at this time for any final remarks, ask any clarifying questions, and then also ask whether council is ready to adopt the proposed KZC 95. The included ordinance 4786 does reflect the complete replacement of KZC 95 as reviewed by council. And based on council's motion earlier or input regarding those options earlier, it would be just accepted as is and no additional amendments would be needed.
Thank you, Katie. Councilmember Curtis.
Madam Mayor, with your permission, I'd like to make a motion to approve ordinance 4786.
Second.
It's been moved by Councilmember Curtis, seconded by Councilmember Falcone to to approve ordinance 4786. Discussion. Councilmember Curtis.
Yes, thank you. I would like to speak to the motion. First of all, I want to give thanks to the many people that were involved in the creation of this code. That includes residents, businesses, visitors, developers, and most of all, staff. This has been a 4-year journey. I believe the end result is a betterment of our community and will achieve our council goal of preserving our tree canopy, and I'm proud of the work that we've done. The fact that we may have a split vote this evening is illustrative that tree code is complex and a difficult topic. There are no bad actors here. In this code, we are asking members of our community to be good stewards of our trees, not only for the scientifically proven environmental benefits of decarbonization, stormwater retention, creating wildlife habitat, reducing heat islands, and preserving the environment for all to enjoy. But we are doing this for future generations. In creating this balanced code, we are preserving the environment and preserving our trees for our children and grandchildren. I'm proud to approve this code. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Nixon.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, frankly, this is very far from anything I can support. I agree with all the comments we received from master builders and from Merit Homes. This code as written leaves far too much in the subjective control of the city staff. It's really a shame that all the good work toward a compromise done by the stakeholder group back in 2018 and 2019 has mostly disappeared. And it's a shame that because of changes in the council and changes in the staff that we apparently pushed the reset button. I for one, am in no hurry whatsoever to get this done. It is not urgent. We don't need to rush this through and vote on it tonight. There's still a lot of work to do. I think we should reconvene the stakeholder group to review this proposal and listen to their concerns and strive to reach consensus. And we should postpone voting on this until we can build support and address people's concerns. And with that, Madam Mayor, I move that further consideration of this motion be postponed and staff be directed to reconvene the stakeholder group to seek consensus.
Is there a second? Motion fails due to lack of a second. Deputy Mayor Arnold.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Discussions about growth are always difficult. Discussions that involve trees are even harder. There are some areas you can come to consensus on, as the Finn Hill Neighborhood Alliance and the Master Builders did on several topics earlier in the process. And then you move on to the other areas where you can't come to consensus, and we vote on the policy options like we've done. This is what's happened with previous iterations of our tree regulations. And through this all, Kirkland's been able to grow with grace and maintain our quality of life. I reviewed my notes from a city council retreat in 2019 near the beginning of this process. We laid out some goals to strive to achieve predictable code outcomes. We heard feedback at the time that the current code is too subjective. We laid out a goal to clearly prioritize trees of merit. We heard that the current code required saving trees if at all possible, and that ended up saving low value trees. During that discussion, council was also interested in adding special protections for landmark trees. We also had a goal of increasing the tree density credit requirements citywide because we had heard we were experiencing canopy loss as our city developed. And the feedback that the council gave at that retreat was that we were willing to trade off providing flexibility to ensure that development potential was guaranteed while protecting those landmark trees. 3 years later, we have a tree code that meets those goals and does even more. Elements provide added protection while granting greater flexibility. The code is balanced in a number of ways. The tree code now defines landmark trees and groves for the only things for special protection. The code maintains building potential, including ADUs. If needed, it provides flexibility, including shifting the building footprint, reducing required yards, increasing lot coverage, and increasing building height. These options are available, but not required for moderate retention value trees. When landmark trees do need to be removed, additional mitigation is required, but if an applicant chooses not to plant replacement trees to mitigate, we provide fee in lieu to enable that tree planting elsewhere in the city. This code provides more flexibility to remove trees on larger lots without pre-approval, but also has the balance of requiring notification for all tree removals. And then finally, we increased tree credit requirements, which would add 1 to 2 more trees on a typical 7,500 square foot lot. Each of these elements balances maintaining trees while recognizing that our city is going to undergo continued development and redevelopment and will preserve the quality of life of Kirkland. I think this is a great example of how this city operates. And I think this code today that we're voting on is better than what the code that we're voting on is better than what we could have today. And I really appreciate the progress that Katie, Jeremy, Adam, and team have done. It has been a slog. If you forgive the sports metaphor, it's been 3 and 4 yard slog runs to get to the red zone. And then Katie, we've just really done a sprint into the end zone, and I really appreciate the work. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Falcone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, Katie, just again, thank you. We have not made your job easy, but every time you come before us with this subject, I am just consistently impressed by the work that you do. So thank you, and the way in which you do it. So thank you so much for helping us in this effort. You know, when the city started on this journey of revising the tree codes, I was on the Fin Hill Neighborhood Alliance board, and I remember a lot of discussions about this issue. And I'm really thankful for the input from Fin Hill residents, the Fin Hill Neighborhood Alliance, the master builders, and so many community members. I know over the years, there's been a lot of community input and a lot of hard work on this. I'm very thankful for that. And I'm proud to help usher it across the finish line now as a council member. I'm really happy. I remember this is one of the first subjects in one of my first meetings on city council where we talked about this, and I had some concerns about the direction that the tree code amendments were going. And I'm really, really pleased with our refocused energy on this effort to focus on our tree canopy goals. And I really feel that we've reached very good and balanced. I think Deputy Mayor Arnold articulated really well the balance in these tree code amendments. I'm proud of that. I really appreciate my fellow council members' input on this. I've been swayed on some things during this to reach some compromises. So really thank you for everybody's input. I think it was a really, really good team effort. It's been extra work, but I think it's worth it. And just a reminder, I know I've said this before, but I want us to check in on the impacts of these changes to code. I want us to measure and assess the tree canopy more often than we have in the past. I think it's really important. It's less expensive than it used to be, and it's also really important as we make these changes and other efforts to really make sure that we are headed in the right direction with our tree canopy goals. So for these and many, many more reasons that some of my fellow council members have articulated, I will be voting yes on these tree code amendments tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Pascal.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, as others have said, this has been a pretty difficult topic. It's one of the most challenging subjects I think we have faced on council, and recognize that many people have spent a lot of time and energy involved in this. And so for that, I'm very grateful for all of those involved. I think we've spent nearly 4 years on this, and I feel it's really time to bring it to a close tonight. One thing that I want to just keep in mind is that the baseline we're comparing against is the existing code. So with that as a comparison, I do believe that we are going in the right direction. I see it as a refinement of our code. I don't see it as huge sweeping changes. I do believe we're going towards that goal of improving our tree canopy. But we also need to be mindful of the fact that we live in a time where developing land and building homes is really difficult in our city. And that's because our city is mostly built out. The remaining locations where we're building homes is on steep slopes, on areas that are constrained by sensitive areas, that a lot of our lower density neighborhoods are smaller lot size requirements where there's very few space to both build buildings and save trees. And we're trying to kind of do both. And so I think this is a really difficult situation where we're trying to really kind of weave that fine line. I think we're striking that right balance here, and I will be supporting this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Black.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, everyone, colleagues, for your comments, and thank you, Katie, so much for getting us to this point. I want to speak in favor of the motion, and what I really want to, I don't want to cover all the points that have been made by my other council members, but I do want to acknowledge just how challenging the design of this type of system really is, and that's that the depth of that challenge is reflected in how long it has taken the city of Kirkland to carefully examine the current code and how to improve it. I think it was on the work plan for 2019, if I'm not mistaken, and it's now 2022. It's reflected that the depth of that challenge is reflected in the fact that the stakeholders who I really appreciate all of the time and effort that's been put in by so many different individuals and groups, including master builders, including the Finn Hill Neighborhood Association, including our planning commissioners, including members of the Houghton Community Council, and many, many others. And the challenge, the depth of the challenge is reflected in the fact that even those stakeholders, I think it was a meeting in 2020 where it became very clear that there wasn't going to be consensus on every point in the tree code. They did an amazing job of working together to find where there was consensus. But at the end of the day, there just was a number of areas where there just wasn't going to reach consensus. And that's where the staff of the city of Kirkland and the representatives of the residents of Kirkland who sit on this council, that's where we come in. And we try to very thoughtfully design a system to address those areas where there hasn't been 100% consensus among stakeholders and residents and others. And I really appreciate just how careful this council and the staff and everyone who's given us input, how carefully this design has been. It's not perfect. I've been involved, I pretty much as part of my job is to design systems to create predictability and clarity. And I've yet, in 25 years of doing what I do, I've yet to come up with a perfect system that's perfectly predictable with no subjectivity whatsoever. Even the best designed system that humans are able to create is going to have some level of imperfection, some level of subjectivity. But the goal we had when we began this process was a stated policy of the city of Kirkland and this council to achieve a 40% canopy cover, at least on average over time, and to have a more predictable and more clear tree code. And I think we've accomplished a lot of that through very careful design. And so I'm going to be supporting this motion, and because of the hard work that's gone into this, because of how challenging this is, because of the inherent tension that always will exist between what we perceive today as property rights and the goals we have in the common good. And that's exactly the tension that's inherent in this code. It's a tension that's inherent in the zoning code, period. In every community across the United States that has a zoning code, that inherent tension will always exist. And it's up to people like us, elected by our neighbors, to make the tough decisions and to design a system that's as good as it can be under the circumstances. And I think we've done a really amazing job. And I really appreciate the work of Jeremy and Katie and Adam and the city manager's office in getting this over the line. So I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, and I will be very brief. As you know, I am not going to be voting in support of this. I will say I have valued the process because I believe that we are in a better place than we have been on some of these issues throughout our discussion. I believe that our ability to, converse without rancor, have honest discussions has helped us along the way. I did not second Councilmember Nixon's motion because I do not believe, given the two documents that we received today, that there is an opportunity to reconcile MBACS and the Finn Hill Neighborhood Association. I don't think it would be a worthwhile use of time. I think it's time for us to close the loop on this. We will learn over the course of the coming months, or after it goes into effect, we will find out if we've made some mistakes. And if we've made some mistakes, we will at some point take the opportunity to fix them. But given our process, and I appreciate your comments, Councilmember Black, given our process and the innate tension between some of our values, then this is the kind of situation that happens. So you vote your conscience. And that is what I think we are all ending up doing tonight. So with that, I'm going to call for, the question is on the motion. I believe it was made by Councilmember Curtis, seconded by Councilmember Falcone, to adopt ordinance, are we there yet? 4784. Clerk, will you please call the roll?
It's ordinance 4786.
It certainly is. The next one is 4784.
Thank you. Councilmember Nixon.
No.
Councilmember Black.
Yes.
Councilmember Curtis.
Yes.
Councilmember Falcone.
Yes.
Councilmember Pascal.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Arnold.
Yes.
Mayor Sweet.
No, the motion carries 5-2. Thank you very much, Katie, Jeremy, Adam. And
Thank you, everyone. It has been a total pleasure to work with everyone and see this through the finish line. And thank you, Jeremy, Adam, everyone. This has been a fun ride. And
well done. Yeah. Okay, with that, Council, do you want to take a break now? Do you want to?
I would recommend.
I think you just all.
Yeah, I would recommend a break. The next item is a fairly lengthy one.
Okie doke, then let's go ahead and break. Somebody do the math for me and tell me when we're coming back.
9:37.
9:37 it is. Thank you.
We're live, Mayor.
Thank you. We are back from a brief break, and we are in our business agenda, item number B. Bridal Trails Neighborhood Center Community Initiated Amendment Request. City Manager.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. So I just wanted to say for the council that while this is presented and ready for action tonight, this is also the first time the council's received a detailed presentation on this. So if at the end of the presentation and discussion, the council does need additional time, we could bring this back to a future council meeting. So, but with that as an overview, here to walk you through the proposal is our senior planner, Scott Gooder, supported by several other members of the planning department.
Good evening. Share my screen. Okay. So good evening, Madam Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and council members. I'm here to present Planning Commission's recommendation on draft code and design guidelines for redevelopment of the Bridal Trails Neighborhood Center. I have 19 slides to present tonight. Planning Commission Chair Angela Rosman is also here tonight and will present some key deliberation topics towards the end of the presentation. Tonight's agenda includes a review of the Planning Commission's recommendations, adoption of the proposed zoning code and design guidelines, or provide staff direction on further items of study. As a reminder, the proposed amendments stem from the adoption of the Bridal Trails Neighborhood Plan in 2018, which also includes policy BT7. This policy encourages redevelopment of the neighborhood center up to 5 stories with thoughtful design and development standards. Throughout this presentation, I will link the recommendations to this policy. The applicant, Totem Bowl Investments, submitted a community initiative amendment request for zoning text and design guideline amendments to develop a design program, development standards, and design guidelines for the neighborhood center consistent with policy BT7. Currently, Bridal Trails allows for commercial and residential development. This development may be up to 30 feet in height. It does not allow for residential uses on the ground floor. Requires a 13-foot minimum commercial ground floor height, large required yards, and 80% maximum lot coverage. The zoning has made it difficult for development of residential mixed-use projects within the neighborhood center. This slide shows the review and outreach process for the application. It begins in 2020 with the applicant's public outreach efforts prior to submitting a community initiative amendment request, which included, attend public neighborhood meetings, one-on-one dialogues, survey, and public open house. The request then passed through a phase 1 consideration of the application with 2 planning commission study sessions, a council, and then council approved it for further study. Phase 2 of the application consists of 4 study sessions, 1 public hearing, an additional public outreach, including public notice boards, mailers, a project website, listserv, and staff attendance at the South, Rose Hill, and Bridal Trails neighborhood meeting. Now I will provide some highlights of the recommended zoning code and design guidelines. Again, this will be followed up by a slide presented by Planning Commission Chair, Angela Rosman, who will provide further context to these recommendations. The first 3 slides show the recommended massing regulations. This slide discusses maximum building height. Policy BT7 allows up to 5 stories. The recommendation is to allow for a maximum building height of 60 feet above average building elevation. While the neighborhood center is relatively flat, there is a slope portion along the north part of the site. To control the building height on the slope, the recommendation is to hold the maximum building height to 60 feet above average building elevation. Above property line, above the property line, abutting the right-of-way and at the bottom of the slope. The height limit is to be maintained for about 40 feet from the property line, preventing a 6th story along this portion of the site. After 40 feet, the street level floor shifts underground and a 5th floor may be developed on the upper portion of the site, as shown in the image at the bottom right of the screen. The slide discusses upper story step backs. Policy BT7 states that upper story step backs should be used to reduce the appearance of bulk and mass. The recommended code takes a step back from the 3rd story and requires a larger upper story step back from neighborhood streets than from arterials. A 12-foot average step back is required along 130th Avenue Northeast and Northeast 65th Street. An 8-foot average step back is required along Northeast 70th Place and 132nd Avenue Northeast. During the public hearings, public testimony members of the community requested additional massing relief from the Bridal View neighborhood. While not part of the Planning Commission's recommendations, staff is recommending a 12-foot average step back for buildings south of Snyder's Corner Park. Since this recommendation is not part of the ordinance, Council will need to amend the ordinance by motion to reflect staff's recommendation. And I placed the amended code language at the end of this slide deck for your consideration. Required yards. Policy BT7 states that commercial uses should be oriented to adjacent arterial streets. The recommended required yards for the neighborhood center is 0 feet from arterials and internal property lines. The applicant is planning on a street level residential development along the neighborhood access street, 130th Avenue Northeast. To accommodate this use, the required yard is 7 feet. This would allow for a transition from sidewalk to doorway of these units. The 7-foot required yard would also apply to the street level residential uses along 65th Street if proposed. Uses. Policy BT7 states that uses be oriented to adjacent arterial streets and internal pedestrian pathways. Regulation should establish a minimum acreage threshold where a grocery store is required, and upper floors should mainly be residential. The recommended zoning orients street level commercial and pedestrian-oriented streets and through-walk pathways. It sets street level commercial depth and a minimum commercial floor height. It sets a minimum amount of street level residential lobbies and private amenity spaces, and requires a grocery store on sites 5 acres or greater, and limits the upper 2 floors of development to residential uses. Parking. Policy BT7 states that with redevelopment of up to 5 stories, parking and transportation impacts should be minimized to create a pedestrian-oriented neighborhood center. The recommended zoning allows for residential parking modification pursuant to existing modification criteria in the zoning code but without the 15% parking buffer. It also treats restaurants and taverns like other retail uses. The proposed right-sized parking requirements, these proposed right-sized parking requirements, actually, I should say, allows for development to provide enough parking to meet on-site demands and not provide more parking than the demands warrant. Pedestrian and vehicle access. Policy BT7 encourages uses to be oriented to the adjoining streets and internal pedestrian pathways. Driveways should be consolidated and redevelopment should foster a pedestrian-oriented site design. Like other design districts, the draft amendments would add a plate to Chapter 180 of the zoning code. This new plate establishes the location and classification of pedestrian-oriented streets and major pedestrian sidewalks, and a written standard for through-block pathways within the neighborhood center. I've illustrated the number and general orientation of the through-block pathways on this slide, and the eventual location of the pathways depends on future redevelopment. Public amenities. Policy BT7 states that the redevelopment of up to 5 stories provides design elements like public gathering spaces with public art or water features and landscaping, and a great gateway feature should be provided at the corner of Northeast 70th Place and 132nd Avenue Northeast. The recommended code requires a minimum 1,000 square feet of public open space or 1 square foot of open space per 200 gross square feet of above grade building area, whichever is greater. The code also requires a gateway feature be provided at the corner of Northeast 70th and 132nd Street. According affordable housing, the policy BT7 states that the redevelopment of up to above 3 stories should include a percent of affordable housing units consistent with city standards. The recommended code is to require 10% affordable housing per city standards. Green building, policy BT7 states that redevelopment above 3 stories requires green building certification and sustainable site standards. The proposed code requires a similar level of certification as other neighborhood centers, that being Built Green 5-star certified, LEED Gold certified, or Living Building Challenge certified, or an equivalent alternative certification. Council is considering citywide high-performing building standards. The decision of whether to apply these new standards to the neighborhood center will come to City Council on April 5th. Design guidelines. Policy BT7 requires all redevelopment to use design guidelines for pedestrian-oriented business districts. Where zoning standards defines what may be developed and measures the extent of that development, the design guidelines speak to the quality of the built environment. The proposed guidelines reinstate the desired outcomes of the expressed in policy BT7, adds special considerations in support of location of street level pedestrian friendly building fronts, the location of and features of public plazas, the quality and the features of pathways connecting shops and services, design guidelines in support of upper story setbacks and modulations of long building facades, and the use of colors and materials to help mask the appearance of taller building forms. Planning Commission Chair Angela Rosman will now talk about some key deliberation topics discussed by the Commission.
Hi, good evening, everyone. So number one on this list that we really spent a lot of time with was the grocery store conversation. Since our meeting, ROIC has brought forward some alternate suggestions here on grocery store uses. And while they were not discussed in the Planning Commission meeting, I think that the key piece that was really unanimous with the Planning Commission was that Bridal Trails has had a grocery store for a very, very long time. They're a neighborhood that otherwise does not have one, and that we feel very strongly that there is a true grocery store in this redevelopment. Specifically, we were concerned about a space being used as a grocery store that is more of a convenience center, quickie mart kind of thing. And so with the language that you see tonight, this was specifically to make sure that it's a full service grocer. The minimum square footage is smaller than what we see in some of the other neighborhoods in Kirkland. So we felt like this was reflective of the more recent trend to slightly smaller grocers, but we wanted to give it a floor to make sure that this community gets the grocery they deserve. With parking, you know, as we move forward, we are looking at a future with fewer single occupancy vehicles, and we want to make sure that we are building parking for the future, not for 10 years ago. And a big piece of what we talked about there was specifically restaurants, et cetera, that have a higher parking requirement currently in the code. And our proposal would be that it has the same parking requirement as other retail, so that restaurants are not penalized from going into this area. Again, this is the neighborhood center for the whole community, and we feel very strongly about having active retail, and active retail does include restaurants. So we want to encourage them from showing up versus discouraging them by requiring very high parking requirements. And then also public amenities. This is going to be a big change for the neighborhood, and we wanted to make sure that there was a focus on making sure that this is a real community place. We talked a lot about how well Totem Lake was done, and we'd like to see, you know, similar care taken for this space. And then as far as affordable housing goes, all of you know that this is the affordable housing and green building is my personal passion area, and Planning Commission as a whole really talked about how important it was to have affordable housing on this space. This is going to be the first really, you know, dense development in Bridal Trails, and as one of the least affordable places to live in Kirkland, it feels very, very important that we make sure that folks can actually live in this community, especially the people who are going to be working in this neighborhood center. And then as far as green building standards, we are in an ongoing climate emergency, and it is time to really make sure that our building standards match up to that urgency. And I'm real proud that my city has taken such a strong stance on the green building stuff, while also recognizing we need to make sure that it makes sense financially to build housing, and especially affordable housing. So that's the overview of the Planning Commission deliberations. We spent a lot of time with this, and, you know, outside of the station area plan, getting the Bridal Trails area right feels like one of the most important things we're going to do in 2022. So thanks.
Thank you, and thank you so much. I watched your public hearing night before last, and I think you guys did an amazing job at coming to consensus around all of these issues. Okay, with that, Scott, are you going to pick it up again?
That pretty much concludes the presentation. So I'm now here to take any questions that you may have about the draft amendments.
Okay, great. Council, questions, concerns, discussion? Councilmember Curtis.
Thank you. Thank you, Scott, and thank you, Angela. I also agree that you guys worked very hard on this and did a great job. Scott, you said earlier that there's some amendment language regarding the 12-foot step back. Can we see that?
Yeah, here we go.
Thank you.
So this would just amend this this section of the code that would specifically require that the 12-foot average upper story step back be taken from that portion south of the Snyder Corner Park, which is across the street from all the low density residential properties.
Okay. And is there a reason that you decided not to do that, the step back on the whole length of 132nd? You just felt like, what, we would lose too much affordable housing?
Well, it's not adjacent to the residential uses. That would be on the corner next to like a lot of the commercial uses, and then it wraps around to the park for a good portion. So we felt that there are properties that are there, smaller properties that are not that are different. They're part of the 6-property makeup. They have the Arco property over there, and I think portions of even the Wells Fargo might be there at that point. And I can probably bring up
Yeah, that's okay. I'm familiar.
It's right here.
Oh, okay.
So at least the Arco right here, and this portion of the property right here, which wouldn't have any impacts towards the residential uses, would be allowed to go to that 8-foot with the amendment. So we felt it was more consistent to kind of keep the 12-foot average adjacent to the residential uses as we are treating it on 130th and 65th Street.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I support the 12-foot setback. The only reason I asked is it would, by ending it at Snyder's Corner, you're sort of dictating where that through street is going to be, but that's not for me to worry about when I design it. So thank you. Okay.
Thank you. I do have a question, Scott. What happens if the Arco property never redevelops?
Well, theoretically, the gateway feature would be pretty much the only element of the code that would be affected. This is very similar to what you see with in terms of what you would look like. It might possibly look like it would be kind of something similar to what you might be seeing with the Pagliacci pizza as they present it, where the applicant presents it, right? With the pizza place still like.
So essentially, we're simply encumbering the Arco property, which is a separate plat, right?
Yeah. So it's a separate property.
Right.
It's within the neighborhood center, and the gateway feature is the suggested language for the gateway feature is just following the policy direction of policy BG7.
Okay. Thank you. Councilmember Nixon.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, in general, I think that this proposal is all in a good place. That's the third time I've said that tonight, and so that's kind of amazing. One observation I would make is, when people talk about a $15 minimum wage, I always remind people that the real minimum is not $15. The real minimum is $0, which is what you get if the business owner won't hire you for that wage because the return on your labor doesn't pencil out. I feel like we're setting them up for the same sort of thing with a minimum 15,000 square foot for a grocery store with no flexibility. Because what we may really get is no grocery store at all. In fact, we may get no redevelopment at all if a tenant can't be identified, just because that's not the way they build grocery stores anymore 10 years from now when this is likely to happen. Or it's just too close to other large grocery stores to justify one of that size. And so maybe it gets built, but they can't find a tenant. So you have this 15,000 square foot empty space, which is a drag on the viability and vibrance of the center. because the city prohibits any other tenant from using that space. Of course, I don't believe that the city should be micromanaging the tenants of shopping centers at that degree, and potentially trying to lock in last generation grocery technology instead of accommodating the way things are moving forward. What I understood from ROIC's comments is that the original staff proposal had flexibility for the planning director to exercise discretion to relax the grocery store requirements if the case could be made, so that it wouldn't have to come back through council through a community initiated amendment request again. And I'm wondering, Scott, could you comment on the history of that flexibility and why it was removed and why we shouldn't put it back in?
I can speak to how it was developed. It was developed in cooperation with ROIC, with planning staff, as we looked at the ability to create a code that could meet potential future needs as they presented it, with some market research that they had provided to staff. So we created some code in this way. This was presented to Planning Commission, and Planning Commission maybe, as Angela has already pointed out, that felt that there's a kind of a bargain that was created with the community with the policy, and that this was not kind of moving in a direction that was violating that agreement with the community. So they voted against that and added new language, striking the flexibility, adding the size to 15,000 square feet, with a definition of what a full service grocery store is.
And so can you confirm that if a future developer, whether it's ROIC or somebody else, wanted to change that based on changes in technology, based on how people want to shop in 2035, would they just have to come back through the community initiated amendment process again and get that amended? Or is there any other way that change can be made without a formal council process?
I think that level of change would have to come back through the council through a community initiative amendment request.
I see.
So just to finish, Madam Mayor, my preference would be that we build that flexibility in from the start. Thank you.
I understand. I see Ms. Rosman.
Yeah. So I just wanted to add one more comment to that. The reason why, I very much understand, my background it's pretty clear that I understand that flexibility is key to get things developed sometimes. However, part of the reason why we had this hard line is because through this process, ROIC tried very hard to not have any kind of grocery store requirement at all. And so there was a real concern by Planning Commission that they were basically trying to escape having any kind of requirement. There was some pushback on trying to possibly put it onto the smaller sites in the center. And so it was less about the 15,000 square feet and more about realizing that we really wanted to make sure that there was an appropriate amenity for this community, that, part of going through the Bridal Trails process was making sure, that the community was going to buy into this new development. And so, it didn't come out of the blue that we have specific requirements here.
Thank you for that. Deputy Mayor Arnold.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I appreciate, Chair Rosman, your explanation here. I think the commission has been very thoughtful in some of the standards that are defined on what a full service grocery store means, where you list some requirements around fresh foods, dairy products, dry goods, fresh meats and cheeses, etc. And I'm more convinced that those are the requirements that meet the community's needs versus a 15,000 square foot requirement. So as long as those definitions of that full service grocery store still apply, if at some point in the future that happens within a lesser square foot, I agree with Councilmember Nixon on providing that kind of flexibility in the future. I also would support the staff recommendation on the upper story setbacks that are showing on the screen as well. Thank you.
Okay. Any further discussion? Can I get a motion to get us started? Deputy Mayor.
Madam Mayor, I'd move ordinance 4784 with the staff recommendation on upper story setbacks south of Snyder's Corner Park.
Second.
Moved by Deputy Mayor Arnold, seconded by Councilmember Curtis, to move 40, or is that a resolution or an ordinance? Ordinance 4784, discussion. Deputy Mayor Arnold.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to move an amendment to the motion that would provide for director approval for flexibility for a full service grocery store that is less than 15,000 square feet, but at least 10,000 square feet.
Second.
Was that Councilmember Nixon?
Yes.
Okay, it's moved by Councilmember Arnold, or Deputy Mayor Arnold, seconded by Councilmember Nixon, to adjust the requirement for grocery retail to 10,000 with planning director approval, correct? I'm sorry, you are muted, Deputy Mayor Arnold.
That meets the full service grocery store criteria.
Thank you. Any discussion on that?
Just a question for staff, if that's sufficient direction, or you would like something different, because I think you have language from what was recommended previously.
Yeah, that would be right. Or we already have some language already, so this is fine. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Nixon.
Yeah, and I just want to say what I think the amendment motion is, which is the standard remains at 15,000, but a future applicant can ask the planning director to reduce it to as low as 10,000, but they have to provide evidence that that's what would be viable and meet the need of the community. And I think that's how the language kind of reads that was originally proposed, and maybe Scott can confirm that.
Yeah, it had I believe there was already a slightly different definition, less comprehensive definition. So I think together with the definition that we have, that Deputy Mayor Arnold is suggesting that we can still use, together with the language that was put together, at least a version of the language is put together. I'd have to look at it more closely. We could definitely get to where you're trying to go with a director approval. Yeah.
Deputy Mayor Arnold, does that meet your wishes in that, and you stand seconding that? Councilmember Nixon.
Yes.
Further discussion, Councilmember Pascal.
Yeah, I support the intent here. I guess the question for me is maybe to staff, is that we don't really have specific language in front of us to adopt, and this is an ordinance. And so that makes me a little bit uneasy because when we're adopting specific land use regulations, it's nice to have the actual language in front of us. So what is, I guess the question is that enough to be able to adopt the ordinance tonight?
I should let,
I'll defer to Kevin a bit on that, but I feel like we understand the intent and have pretty clear language previously developed we can borrow from. If the council's more comfortable with it, you could table this for, I'm not sure how much longer the meeting's going, but if you gave us probably 10 or 15 minutes, we could bring that language back for council review.
Council, that would be the will of the council.
I would like to
Let's
to see the language. Yeah.
Okay, Scott, can you work on that?
Sure.
Councilmember Black?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to note, I do feel like, I just can't tell if it's a distinction without a difference or not, but there seems to be a slight difference between what Deputy Mayor Arnold was saying and what Councilmember Nixon was saying. I think Deputy Mayor Arnold's formulation had to do with the criteria for a full service grocery store, and Councilmember Nixon's formulation had to do with the viability of any type of food mart. I mean, he didn't use those exact words, but it wasn't clear to me that that was the key distinction. I don't know if staff feels like they have direction on that. For what it's worth, I feel like the criteria for a full service grocery store is what I was really looking for. And I would definitely support, if it's subject to seeing the language, of course.
I'll go back to Deputy Mayor Arnold for your intent.
It was really, Councilmember Black is correct. It's really around the full service grocery store, but I appreciate Councilmember Pascal's suggestion that once we get past this discussion, that we entertain a motion to table so we can actually look at some specific language. Thank you.
So, does someone want to move to table?
Madam Mayor,
Councilmember Pascal.
I move to table this amendment until such time we get the language in front of us.
Second.
Moved by Councilmember Pascal, second by Councilmember Falcone, to table this discussion until the planning folks can come back to us a little later in the meeting with language appropriate for us to vote on. All those in favor, please signify by saying.
City attorney's got his hand up.
He does? Oh,
yeah,
that hand.
Yeah, that hand. Yeah, it was a real hand. Sorry, Mayor. I wanted to just, at least for my own benefit, clarify sort of where things stand. I understood the deputy mayor to have moved and Councilmember Falcone to have seconded amended ordinance 4784 with the amendment that Scott put and that's on the screen right now. And that there was then a separate motion by Deputy Mayor Arnold, seconded by Councilmember Nixon, to address this discretion that the planning director would have to consider something less than 15,000 feet, but that is at least 10,000 feet that meets the full service grocery store criteria. Do I have that right? And if so, would it be helpful if staff brought back to you in a few minutes a proposal that takes the main ordinance, includes the amendment that's on the screen now that Scott proposed, and that adds this additional twist around planning director discretion below 15,000 and above 10,000 around full service grocery store criteria? Is that sort of, that covers it?
That would cover it. Does that mean that all we have to do is to finish the vote on tabling it, and it'll come back as an amended amendment or as an amended motion?
Yeah, I think, if you tabled it, thinking out loud with you, but if you tabled it, we could bring back a substitute ordinance.
Okay. Council?
Kevin, but tonight, they're talking about tonight. Is that what you're saying, Kevin?
Well, if you're just tabling it for a few minutes, yeah, I guess, okay, that's a good point. Okay, in that case, if we're bringing it back tonight, I think my recommendation would be that we then bring back a mandatory language for the amendment that Deputy Mayor Arnold proposed and that Councilmember Nixon seconded. You can discuss that, vote on it, and then that could be wrapped into the main motion, which was
to pass
the ordinance,
right?
Do pass the ordinance, but with the Gooder amendment that is on the screen.
Got it.
Okay.
All right. So can we get the final vote on tabling? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Then it is tabled until we see you again, Scott.
Okay.
Thank you.
Right.
With that, I believe we go on to the next agenda item. Am I correct?
That's correct.
Do we have to table the motion on the ordinance?
Do we have to formally? Oh, do we? Okay, so we tabled the amendment.
No, I think the whole thing is tabled by the tabling motion.
Okay, good. So we will skip ordinance 4785.
Correct. That follows action on the first ordinance.
All right, so that'll take us to where are we? C, special events update and policy review. City manager.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. So this is our first check-in on potential special events policy changes. We're looking for direction tonight, but not action on the actual language. So to give you the overview is our Parks and Community Services Director, Lynn Zwagstra, and our Deputy Director, John Lloyd.
Welcome, Lynn and John.
Hi, good evening, Madam Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and City Council. Thank you for having us this evening for a very brief touch base on the special event code. John Lloyd and Sudi Alkazi have been working hard on that code and talking to the community about some potential changes, and they're going to go ahead and present that to you this evening.
Yeah, let me get my presentation started and the screen shared, and I will get going. So I struggle with which one to start first. Are you all seeing the correct screen? Are you seeing any screen right now?
Yes, it's correct.
Okay. Okay. Well, hopefully this is a little more straightforward than the amendment to the motion and whatnot. So as Lynn said, we have a brief presentation tonight with only 12 slides. Throughout the presentation, we do have some questions and we're going to seek your feedback as we go throughout the process on a few of our proposed changes. So as you know, special events help develop connections to the community. The City Council has recognized the importance of special events through Resolution 5023, which designated our first two official community events, which was the Kirkland 4th of July celebration and the Holiday Tree Lighting Festival, better known as Winterfest. In the permitting of special events, it is our goal to balance the broad needs and interests of our community members, businesses, and event organizers. Tonight, well, special events, and there's a lot of things we've talked about in the past, but tonight we're going to focus on these three topics of our all ages beer and wine gardens, the limits on events per month, and then some restrictions on athletic events. These topics were identified through feedback from event organizers, members of the special event team, and the community, and through real world observations of events over the years. To gather feedback on these topics, we conducted two separate focus groups. One was targeted towards event organizers, and one was for the general public, business owners, and other interested community groups. 13 people attended the public focus group, and 14 people representing 10 different organizations attended our special event organizer focus group. We promoted the the public focus group through the city website, email, newsletters, and on social media, and then through some direct contact with specific people. Additional feedback was sought through or from WCIA, special event team members, the Kirkland Police, and by benchmarking what we do against our neighboring cities. And to discuss the first topic, I will pass it over to Sudi to discuss beer and wine garden restrictions.
Good evening, Council. In October, one of our major special event organizers requested a change in the city's policy that would allow for all ages access to beer and wine gardens. The organizer stated that Kirkland's rules prohibit families from enjoying an afternoon together if one family member wishes to have a drink. In response, Council directed staff to prepare a legislative request memo for consideration. Staff were then advised to include a review of the beer and wine garden policy, along with the policy review that was already in progress. Kirkland's code, which limits entry to beer and wine gardens to those who are 21 years of age or older, was last updated in 2013 with input from the Kirkland Police Department, Washington State Liquor Cannabis Board, and the city's insurance provider, Washington City's Insurance Authority. Our neighbors Bothell and Redmond have the same age restriction, while the city of Bellevue doesn't allow public gardens at permitted special events. The feedback we received during both community outreach sessions was generally consistent. While there was some support for all ages gardens with limitations on certain hours and days, the majority of responses were either neutral or didn't support changing the age restriction. The Washington State Liquor Cannabis Board does allow minor access under very limited circumstances. However, a representative recently shared that roughly only about 30% of all ages applications were approved last year statewide. Staff revisited this issue with WCIA and Police Chief Harris. Neither have changed their recommendation. Allowing all ages access to beer and wine gardens makes it easier for minors to gain access to alcohol and puts them at greater risk from exposure to people who are consuming alcohol. The enforcement of DUI laws and other illegal alcohol-related behaviors is a strong community concern, and mitigating this public danger is a priority for the Kirkland Police Department. Next slide, please. Based on public and stakeholder feedback and given the recommendations of WCIA and Chief Harris, staff does not recommend making changes to the code at this time. We'd like to get council feedback on whether they support staff recommendation or if they would like to change the age restriction.
Do we want to talk about that now? Councilmember Pascal.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, this is a tough one. I thank staff and for coming up with a recommendation. I guess I'm still concerned about some of the unintended consequences of continuing to prohibit families inside the beer and wine gardens. I'm concerned that this will continue to result in these type of activities and entertainment at community events from not occurring at all, and just doing more events focused on adults. So I personally would still be in favor of pursuing this. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Arnold.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. First, a question of staff. Sudi or others, you mentioned Redmond, Bothell, and Bellevue's policies. We heard feedback that Woodinville does allow for all ages beer gardens. Was that one of the things that was evaluated? One of the cities that was evaluated?
We did not look into Woodinville.
Okay, thank you. So I'm not ready to make a final decision on this, but I'm interested in the options here. And I'm not convinced that there isn't a way to make this work with some limits, particularly on times that this could happen and with other mitigation required of the event sponsors. And I'm interested in learning more about how Woodinville deals with this, because The focus groups that were mentioned were small. They were generally neutral. Didn't seem like they felt strongly one way or the other. And so I'd like to have some further consideration of this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Nixon.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, I think everybody knows I don't use alcohol, including beer and wine. And sorry, Madam Mayor, but I kind of actively discourage people not to. But I have a couple of observations. And the first one is pretty much every restaurant in the city that serves beer and wine will serve it to people who have their kids at the same table. And so clearly it's something that is fairly common, right? That especially with their family, people are consuming beer and wine in the presence of minors. So I don't feel strongly that this is a protect the kids policy. Second, I am very curious about what the criteria are that the LCB requires in order to get one of these permits. If 70% of them are turned down, what is it that's tripping people up? And I would, if the staff brings us back more information as we've asked them to on this, I would love to know what the LCB requirements are, and if they will tell us what are the issues they see most. Because my feeling is if the LCB is really being that strict on this, and if whoever the event sponsor is has to go get that LCB permit, that might be enough controls on this to avoid any serious problems. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Councilmember Curtis.
I just want to say that I actually do support staff recommendation. The events that we hold in Marina Park are well attended, and I don't see how not allowing children in beer and wine gardens is impacting our tourism dollars, our participation in these events. And if KPD says that their preference is not because they're worried about minor access to alcohol, I think it's the right choice to make. So I do support staff recommendation.
Thank you. In this instance, I'm actually going to weigh in support of the recommendation to have staff look at this further. And the reason for that is that my store is open alongside all of the events that happen in Marina Park. And quite frankly, what ends up happening is that the families end up at my store with their kids and ice cream. But the fact of the matter is, the same thing is going on at my store. Mom and dad are having a couple of beers or glasses of wine with their kids in tow. And that's perfectly legal. So I'm interested in the Woodinville experience. And, I'd be willing to hold off on the discussion of this issue until we have more information. Councilmember Black, did I see your hand? Go ahead.
Yeah, yes, you did. Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I definitely came into this conversation agreeing with the staff recommendation, Chief of Police, WCIA, and my fellow Councilmember Curtis. But Councilmember Nixon did raise a question. Well, first of all, Deputy Mayor Arnold raised an interesting question about how Woodinville handles this. The even more interesting question was raised by Councilmember Nixon in how the Liquor Control Board addresses this. If the event organizers that would be organizing events in Kirkland would have to get a license from the LCB, and what criteria they're using. I'll tell you, I'll just be honest with everyone, where the rubber hits the road for me is who is serving the alcohol. The difference between, Madam Mayor, your shop and the restaurants downtown where families are, adults are, enjoying wine and beer with minors at the table, is that there are professionals serving those adults. And we don't have that at the current, in their current state. The events that we have in Kirkland are not operated that way. You have untrained volunteers who serving alcohol to the people. And so until I would really have to see it be all professional trained individuals serving the alcohol at these events in order for me to really get comfortable with anyone under the drinking age being inside these beer and wine gardens. If that's what the LCB does, it says we'll give you your certification for an event where people under the age of 21 are allowed in only because you have professionals serving those beverages, then I could be convinced. But otherwise, I'm pretty solidly with Chief of Police, Councilmember Curtis, and the WCIA. Thanks.
Thank you, but I do believe we have 4 votes to get a little bit more information back from staff.
Yep. We can definitely provide that. I can give you some of it, but it'll be better if we bring it back in a nice, clean way. So
great. Thank you, John.
Mm-hmm. Moving on, our next topic we want to talk about is event limitations. The KMC currently limits special events to 2 events per month per venue, with the exception of community events, community programs like the Wednesday Market, and other small low-impact events, which are defined in KMC 1924-090. This policy was put in place to mitigate the impacts of events on businesses and residents of Kirkland following a previous outreach process, and with the goal of maintaining a balance between events and the public's enjoyments of our parks, since most of the special events do take place in the parks. This limit is often a topic of discussion with new events trying to come into town, particularly races. City does a great job working with event organizers to find alternate parks or locations that can accommodate their request, but this is not always possible. Many event organizers want Marina Park because of its visibility, but this location also has the greatest impact to parking and road closures. During our community conversations with event organizers, or with the public and event organizers, in January, there was not overwhelming feedback to change this limit. The majority of people felt that there was enough events at Marina and Juanita Beach Park, as well as along Lake Washington Boulevard, but there was some feeling that more events could be accommodated along the CKC. The definition that KMC 1924-090 has for those qualifying events are events that are fewer than 100 participants, that do not have significant impact on public property or facilities, and do not require police or fire services, and where no merchandise or services are offered for sale or trade to the public. No events have met this qualification recently, and I don't know if we ever have had meet those qualifications. So based on all the feedback we've received, as well as kind of the goal of allowing the parks to still be available to the public, we recommend maintaining this limit on special events, as it helps mitigate events, or it helps mitigate the impacts of the events on the business and residents. Do you all support this, or would like to open it up for discussion at this point?
Thank you, John. Councilmember Nixon.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, you all know I'm chair of the Tourism Development Committee, and the TDC has a very high interest in these special event rules. So when the packet came out, I sent this section to the members of the committee and asked them to send me any feedback to me directly, without violating the OPMA. And so there were a couple of points raised. The first thing I want to do is clarify that my previous statement about beer gardens was not feedback from the TDC. We got no feedback from the TDC on that issue. But there was feedback on the limit of 2 events per month. But I really think it was more feedback on the definition of a small, low impact event. As John just said, they're limited to 100 people with no police or fire and no sales of anything. And that may be just a little too restrictive. And the point that was raised is that we are actively seeking to bring in more diverse and inclusive events that may be smaller. And they may not be less than 100. They might be 200 or 300 people, but they still wouldn't require police or fire, just to bring in a cultural event of some kind. They still don't have to have sales, but it might be worthwhile for us to consider relaxing that attendance limit a little bit, so that, say, on the weekends in between Summerfest and Uncorked, the really big events, that we could bring in some more of these smaller, diverse events, and also things like company picnics or maybe sports events, right? Maybe not 5,000 people runs, but some of the other types of things. And so the feedback from the TDC was, can we look at the definition of small, low impact events to squeeze in between the large events?
Thanks for that. Councilmember Falcone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, thank you, Councilmember Nixon, for raising that. I think you read my mind. My comments are somewhat similar to what you raised, but maybe slightly different in that, I understand why we have this limit. I absolutely understand and appreciate that. However, I'm concerned that what this says to organizers of new events, that especially since we have so many successful, amazing, large-scale events that already fill during the peak months where we have the nice sunny weather at the most desirable locations like Marina Park, that it doesn't really allow room for new events, and particularly more culturally diverse events that, as Councilmember Nixon mentioned, likely wouldn't meet the definition of small, low impact events. I'm thinking of, a community member who wanted to organize a Black Joy Festival in the city of Kirkland, and what would that look like? And that could, I would hope would have a really good turnout, would have more than 100 attendees potentially. Also might want to sell items made by Black merchants and artists and things at a Black Joy Festival. So, and among other events as well. That's just one example of something I know that a community member had expressed interest in our city. So I just want to make sure that we're balancing that we're not just giving priority to those events and event organizers who host and organize amazing events in our city. But I want to also allow for flexibility for new events, and maybe not even just small new events that might morph into larger new events that are culturally diverse as well. And I don't have a proposal for what that would look like, but I am concerned that as it exists, that it might even just turn off some event organizers, that they might think, oh, well, especially if they're new to it, that, well, Marina Park's kind of taken for the summer months, so I'm going to look elsewhere in another city other than Kirkland. So I think perhaps thinking about the messaging and what we have on our website and what we have, what we communicate out to the public as to how to organize events and who's welcome to organize events, and that we really welcome and encourage culturally diverse events. I think it's really important to break down those barriers and make it seem less intimidating, so that folks want to hold their culturally diverse events and new events here in Kirkland. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Curtis.
Well, first I want to say our energy's flagging, but John and Lynn and Sudi, I want to recognize your slides are gorgeous. The photos on the slides are awesome. So thank you for that. This is not straightforward. I'm sure you guys were hoping for a thumbs up, thumbs down, but it's not. I agree with Councilmember Falcone that it's really important that we provide opportunities for new event organizers and culturally diverse organizers to be in our city. But having served on the park board, I'm very sensitive to the feedback we get from the community that we cannot book every weekend in the summer because people do not have access to Marina Park, and it is their public park. So we've got to find a balance there. I like the idea of dispersing events throughout the city. And we have some pretty beautiful brand new parks, Totem Lake Park, 132nd Park, Heritage Park. There's other places that we can hold events. And I would love for community organizers to think about other places in the city. And I think it gives access to other neighborhoods in the city, in that I live in Kingsgate and I may not want to drive all the way down to Marina Park, but I'll ride my bike to 132nd for an event. So I really appreciate the thought process you all had around dispersing events throughout the city, and I would like to pursue that more. I do not want to move away from 2 large events at Marina Park. Maybe we need to look at how we let people sign up for events to give new organizers opportunities, but I do not believe that we can close down Marina Park every weekend through the summer.
Thank you. Councilmember Pascal.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, I guess Councilmember Curtis kind of said what I was thinking, which I don't, this question is a little bit deceiving because we're not necessarily limiting events citywide. We're limiting events at one location.
Yes.
And so, you know, there can be lots of events across the city, and we're not necessarily limiting any of that. So I don't see this as limiting events. We're limiting it at a few locations. And I'd also, the other thing I'd add is, as we're just talking about organizations that want to host events, you know, it's a balance in terms of folks that need to really understand what they're getting into, particularly if they're attracting a lot of people. Because we have had instances, and one that I remember from a couple years ago was that Lantern Festival at Juanita Beach. I mean, I think they told the city that there'd be a few hundred people, and it was like 10,000 people. And it was absolutely chaotic, insane, you know, and so there is some sense, there has to be some responsibility on the event organizers. So, you know, I think, you know, that expectation has to be there in terms of hosting events that are safe, that they've thought through some of the logistics that won't create unsafe situations for others at these public spaces. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm not sure you're getting what you needed, John. But
so what I'm hearing is you want to come back and have us reevaluate what that limit looks like, whether it's on large events or redefining small events.
I would actually say it differently. I think what I heard is keep the limit for the big things, but go back and look at the definition of non-event really, and then also look at better ways that we can market dispersal through other park options. Does that capture?
Yeah, looks like.
Thank you.
Forget where we are. Okay. Now I'm going to turn it back over to Sudie to talk about more limitations.
All right, so now we turn to limitations on athletic events. Kirkland's code currently requires athletic events held on city streets, which include road closures, to clear the street of all participants and traffic control devices no later than noon. This time cutoff was implemented to ensure activities that have a significant impact on traffic and parking are wrapped up before most businesses open and weekend traffic starts to pick up. During our discussions on this topic, the majority of those at the community focus group session communicated support for relaxing the rule and allowing athletic events to continue past noon. Kirkland hosts 5 running races annually, all of which take place during the shoulder season. While we don't currently have any requests for use past noon, relaxing the cutoff time would allow for these races to start later, which would be helpful during the dark winter months, and it would open the door to permitting other events that can't conclude by noon. The next issue we want to address is setting registration requirements. The code allows for the special event team to limit the number of participants in athletic events. Historically, we've limited races to a maximum of 2,500 participants and controlled the race start with waves. For example, these large races are required to release waves of no more than 500 runners at a time, rather than doing one mass start. This way, we avoid a complete shutdown of the roadway in both directions, and we're able to keep one lane of traffic open during the event. The code, however, does not speak to a minimum number of participants required to justify the closure of streets and restricting parking. Through our research, we found other cities require 300 or 500 registered participants. Based on observations of past races here in Kirkland and the request for parking lot closures, lane closures, restricted parking, and required police support for traffic control, staff believes a minimum of 500 runners reasonably offsets the public impacts. When this topic was discussed during the community focus group session, only 2 of 6 respondents supported registration minimums, even though the impacts associated with small races are still significant. So on a 1-year trial basis, staff proposes that a minimum of 500 registered participants be required for athletic events held in the Central Business District. This would still allow us to host smaller events at Juanita Beach or along the Cross Kirkland corridor. Next slide, please. So staff's first recommendation is to relax the noon restriction and allow for athletic events to be held later in the day during the event shoulder season. Does council support this recommendation?
Yes. That should, thumbs up, thumbs down.
Okay.
Okay, thumbs up. Council supports this one.
All right. Next, staff recommends a code change that allows for setting participant registration limits. Does council support this recommendation?
Councilmember Nixon.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This was another one of those questions that I got feedback on from the TDC. The sentence in the staff report was not clear as to whether, because it was in the context in the section on athletic events, but the particular sentence did not mention athletic events. It said staff recommends updating the code to allow for setting both minimum and maximum participant levels as appropriate for the venue and type of event. And so one of the thoughts that they wanted me to ask about was, well, would that also include events like Uncorked and Summerfest and Oktoberfest? The concern expressed was that if the maximum participant level was too low, it could cause the events to not pencil out because there's so much overhead involved in just running an event like that, that if the maximum participants was severely limited, you would have to charge an exorbitant amount for the tickets in order to divide the cost across the lower number of participants. And then, they don't want Kirkland to be unattractive as a venue because of that. And since we're also in the process of looking at increasing all kinds of park and recreation fees, including special event related fees, that could exacerbate this even more. So the key question is, what type of events would the maximum levels be set at? And how do we make sure that that doesn't make some events not financially viable?
I believe the intent was specifically for athletic events. I'd have to go back and reread the memo again. I probably just didn't want to keep saying athletic events 100 times in the little section.
Yeah.
So I probably used some language that made it a little more ambiguous. But the intent was that it was a focus on that one section of athletic events.
Yeah, if we could get that clarified, that would be very helpful for the TDC concerns.
Great.
All right, then
So we want to move on to the third one.
Thank you. All right, so finally, staff recommends a 1-year trial basis, a requirement for athletic events to have a minimum of 500 registered participants if the event is held in the Central Business District. Does council support this recommendation?
And what we would do, we would encourage events that don't have that to find a different location for them to have their race.
Councilmember Falcone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, Sudi, I think you kind of answered my question here, but I still have a little bit of information I'm seeking. So I appreciated that you mentioned that part of that decision for 500 compared to 300, for example, was based on looking at previous events. I think it'd be really helpful to know how many and which events is this going to impact. I don't have a good sense of that. Some of our recurring athletic events that we have here in Kirkland, how many of them are currently held in the central business district, but do not meet the 500 threshold, for example. I know that, Director Zwagstra sent today the Parks and Community Services February report. So thank you, Lynn, for that. And I saw in that the Valentine's Day Dash, which was held at Marina Park, it was a 5K, and it says in there that there were nearly 300 folks registered. And so that would not meet the threshold, for example. So I know of at least one event in today's report that would potentially be moved to a different location. So I'm just curious how many events and which events. So if staff could come back with a list of events with the number of attendees, that would be really helpful. Thank you.
Councilmember Nixon.
Thank you. And this is not feedback from the TDC. This is from me. I'm also curious about whether the code should include some discretion for the parks director or the special events manager to allow a lower number, particularly for events that are focused on people with disabilities, right? If you're going to have a wheelchair race or something like that, and you don't necessarily want to shuffle them off to Juanita Beach because they may prefer to have the experience of it being in Marina Park. So, Sudi or John, do you think that this would be something where there could be discretion to make exceptions under certain circumstances like that?
I do personally. I think there's a lot of exceptions in the code already.
So would you need to update the language to incorporate something like that?
I would think so.
Thank you. Councilmember Curtis.
Thank you. Two thoughts. The Valentine's Day Dash had 300 participants. I like Councilmember Falcone's question about the number of participants, but I would look historically because I would suspect that athletic events have been impacted by COVID. I know I haven't run for 2 years, or people may not want to do an event yet. So I'd look back a few more years. And the other thing I'm concerned about is basically what we talked about earlier, which is we don't want to discourage new events. So yes, I understand that we can encourage them to run on the CKC or somewhere else. But again, I think Councilmember Nixon's example is a really good one. So we need to explore this a little bit more.
Thank you. Councilmember Pascal.
Yeah, I would be in favor of exploring this a little bit more. I would look at it another way. I would, instead of a 1-year trial with a minimum level of participants, I'd say let's do a 1-year trial with no minimum level and see how that goes. Because I think that we're covered by that 2 event minimum maximum for any one street closure, I thought, per month. So that's kind of the threshold that we're using to make sure we don't have undue impacts. And then as far as street closures and stuff, I mean, we have construction projects that close streets for longer periods of time that benefit less people. So I'm just not really convinced that we need to have a minimum level.
Okay, a little bit more work to do here.
Thanks for work.
Which is a great segue into our next slide. So what's next? Based on the feedback we received tonight, we will plan on coming back to a future meeting with either draft code updates or some of the information that you all requested and what those would look like in the current code. Some additional topics that we would like to discuss include a banner code update, as well as reviewing our permit and event fee structure to address the overall cost recovery for special events. That would likely lead into additional code revisions and changes, but I think we'll probably all wrap them all up into one because they all tie into each other in one way, shape, or form. So long story short, we will be back with more info.
Great.
Unless you all have any additional questions or comments.
That's what we're going to see. You guys done with this? Okay, John, Sudi, thank you so much. This was a great presentation, great body of work. Still a little bit more to do.
Have a great night.
You too. I believe this, Scott back, do we want to finish that so before Angela can leave?
We're back and we are ready.
Okay.
So I guess I've been made a liar that I have more than 19 slides to show you. Here we go. There we are. Can you see that?
Okay.
So Madam Mayor, we need a motion to take it off the table so that this can be in front of you again.
Thank you for that.
So moved.
I think I heard Councilmember Falcone first. I'm going to take
Second.
Councilmember Pascal as a second to untable the amendment. And here is the new amendment, the revised amendment.
So you need to vote on the table motion, and then you can
Oh, yeah.
move.
Well, it's getting late, you know.
I know. I'm sorry.
All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
And then we just need a motion to bring the amendment in front of you, the amendment to the previous motion that Deputy Mayor Arnold made.
Okay, so we don't just automatically bring this one on instead.
Well, this language has to
Madam
be
Mayor?
moved. Yeah.
I think where we are is that Deputy Mayor Arnold made a motion to adopt this amendment. We just didn't have the exact wording for it. Now we have the exact wording for it. So I think that amendment motion is still properly before us. I know, City Manager, do you think we need to explicitly say this is the language for that motion, or do you think we should withdraw the previous amendment motion and make a new one?
I think you can discuss it and then decide if you want to vote on it. And then after you vote on it, you could return to the main motion, which was the original ordinance with the language that staff had on a slide earlier.
So Deputy Mayor, do you want to accept this language as your amendment?
Yes, I believe this meets the intent.
And Councilmember Nixon, you were the second?
Yes.
Any further discussion? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The amendment carries. Question is on the motion to pass ordinance 4784 as amended. Any further discussion? Motion was made by Deputy Mayor Arnold, seconded by Councilmember Falcone, or was it Curtis?
I think it was Curtis.
I thought it was Curtis too.
I said Falcone, sorry.
That's okay. So clerk, can you call the roll?
Councilmember Nixon,
Yes.
Councilmember Black,
Yes.
Councilmember Curtis,
Yes.
Councilmember Falcone,
Yes.
Councilmember Pascal,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Arnold,
Yes.
Mayor Sweet.
Yes, motion carries unanimously. Okay, so this takes us then to ordinance 4785. Do we need further presentation on this ordinance?
This is the design guidelines.
And this was covered in Scott's presentation, so I think it's ready for action.
Excellent. I think we can take the amendment down now, Scott.
Okay.
And come back in person. Can I get a motion to approve ordinance 4785?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Councilmember Curtis, seconded by Councilmember Nixon. Let's see, and any discussion? Councilmember Curtis? Okay, the question is on the motion to adopt ordinance 4785, moved by Councilmember Curtis, second by Councilmember Nixon. All those clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Nixon,
Yes.
Councilmember Black,
Yes.
Councilmember Curtis,
Yes.
Councilmember Falcone,
Yes.
Councilmember Pascal,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Arnold,
Yes.
Mayor Sweet.
Yes. It's fading fast here, folks. Okay, this takes us to item number D, the state legislative update. Do you think we kept you up late enough? Ms. McKay?
Yeah.
City manager.
Okay, I will just get right to it because our intergovernmental relations consultant, Laurie McKay, is actually in Montana, so she's even an hour later. So thank her for her patience, and she's going to give you your final legislative update.
Thank you, City Manager. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yep.
Good. Good evening, Madam Mayor, Deputy Mayor, council members. For the record, I'm Laurie McKay. It's been a pleasure to serve as your government relations consultant this session, working side by side along with the legislative work group, Deputy Mayor Arnold, Mayor Sweet, and Councilmember Curtis, the city manager, and Andriana Campbell, sorry, and Mike and Teresita from Waypoint Consulting. The pace of this session has been brutal at times, and this team has dug really deep and supported each other at every twist and turn. And I'm really, really honored to have served with this group this session. So with that, let's get started. Let me try to share my screen here. Can everybody see my screen?
Yep.
Excellent. I can guarantee you right off the top that my slides will not be described as gorgeous by anybody. So with the legislature having concluded its session on Thursday, March 10th, tonight council is receiving its fifth and final update on its 2022 legislative priorities. There are just 5 slides tonight. I'll start with a quick look at some of the end of session statistics around bills introduced and passed in Olympia and some stats around the city's efforts this session. And then I'll dive right into and review the outcomes of the city's work on its priorities. And as always, council's questions are welcome at any time. Oops. I think before I go into this slide, I need to mention that I mistakenly included preliminary bill stats in Olympia for the entire biennium in council's in the staff memo for tonight's meeting. And you'd think that after 12 years of doing this work with you that I would remember to click the microscopic button on the legislature's website to narrow bills to this particular session. But so while it seemed that lawmakers introduced over 1,000 bills in each chamber, it was actually about half of that, which is also quite a lot of bills. So this slide corrects the record, as it were, and the information really does give us a sense of how difficult it is to actually pass bills in Olympia. For example, the House introduced 762 bills, and it passed only 171, or 22% of the bills that were introduced. And likewise, the Senate introduced 735 bills and only 139, or 19%, were passed. Meanwhile, looking at the city's data points this session, the city started the session with 14 legislative priorities and managed to get 11 of those introduced into bills, or bills were introduced that included those priorities. At the end of the session, 6 of the priorities or priority bills were passed. So that's either a success rate of 42% or 54%, depending upon how you slice it. And Kirkland's, I just need to mention that Kirkland's success in Olympia could not be achieved without the participation of scores of department subject matter experts. 65 members of the city's staff helped with bill review of 239 bills this session, as well as the additional amendments to many of those bills. Staff's work in this process enables the legislative work group to move quickly and efficiently to advocate for the city's interests in Olympia. It's shown here with the legislative work group testifying in or providing written testimony in 18 hearings this session. And Truly, Andriana and I couldn't be more thankful to have the support of staff through this whole process. So moving on to the final status of each of the city's priorities. This slide highlights bills associated with the city's priority on affordable housing. As I reported at Council's March 1st meeting, the only bill associated with the priority, with this priority was House Bill 1841. That was the one that was moving, which if passed, would have provided a property tax exemption for ADUs that are dedicated to low-income people. While 1841 was passed in its House of Origin, it died in Ways and Means. And with regard to the remaining 3 affordable housing listed on this slide, no related policy bills were ever introduced this session. So moving on now to bills associated with the city's priority of clarifying police reform and from last session that dealt with use of force and also with less than lethal munitions. The city focused its support on the 3 bills shown on the screen. And I'm going to change up the order a little bit and start with House Bill 1735 in the middle of the slide and 1719 at the bottom of the slide. 1735 modifies the standard use for force by peace officers, and 1719 addresses the use and acquisition of military equipment by law enforcement agencies. Both of these bills had passed prior to Council's March 1st meeting, and they were both on the way to the governor's desk. And both bills were signed on March 4th, and they were both made effective into law on March 4th. Now going back up to the top of the slide, House Bill 2037 also modifies the standard use of force by peace officers. 2037, did I say 2035? I meant 2037. 2037 was passed by the Senate on March 4th with 32 yeas and 16 nays. It was signed by the governor. It was signed by the Speaker of the House on the 7th and the President of the Senate on the 8th and delivered to the governor on the 10th. And while it has not yet been signed by the governor, we don't anticipate any issues. The governor has until April 2nd to take action. And if no action is taken by then, the bill will become law at that time. This slide addresses the city's priority of supporting legislation that promotes equity and social justice. Starting at the top of the slide, while no priority or no policy bills were introduced related to the city's priority of providing new local funding and policy tools to address homelessness, I should mention that the legislature did include a wide range of funding for programs in the supplemental budget that was passed last week. And as a reminder, both bills that would have allowed jurisdictions to implement ranked choice voting died in the House of Origin back in the mid-February cutoff. Finally, at the bottom of this slide is House Bill 1769 concerning community municipal corporations. As reported at the March 1st meeting, the Senate had passed House Bill 1769 with 31 yeas and 17 nays. The bill was signed by the Speaker of the House and the President of the Senate on March 2nd, and it was delivered to the governor on March 7th, where the governor signed it last Friday. 1769 will be effective in mid-July. Moving on to the city's capital budget funding. Council's March 1st meeting, we highlighted that while the Senate had included funding for the Willows Road regional connection, the House had not, and the city's focus for the remainder of the session would be to advocate for its inclusion in the final negotiated budget. At the end of the day, funding for this project was included in the final budget that the legislature passed last week. And then finally, the Move Ahead Washington Transportation Funding Package was passed last week. This is the $16 billion transportation funding package over 16 years, and it is separate from the supplemental budget. At your March 1st meeting, Council authorized the mayor to send a letter opposing the legislature's proposal to divert $100 million annually from the Public Works Trust Fund to fill a funding gap, and that letter was included in your packet tonight. Ultimately, the final bill that the legislature passed reduced its sweep of the Public Works Trust Fund from $100 million to $57 million a year. And the projects listed along the left-hand column of this slide are also funded in that package. That concludes my report or my update. Does council have any questions?
Thank you, Lori. Start with Councilmember Nixon.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. I thought about bringing this up under calendaring, but I thought I'd bring it up now. I would like us to get a staff report brought back at a future meeting on everything that needs to be done to implement House Bill 1769, the sunsetting of the Home Community Council. I mean, what needs to be done immediately to clarify what our processes will be as of the effective date of the bill? What codes will eventually need to be updated to eliminate references to HCC reviews? And then what are all the places in the municipal code, the zoning code, the comprehensive plan, where rules are different in the HCC jurisdiction, and whether those should be kept or whether they should be amended to give us a consistent citywide code. So this will actually be a fairly significant body of work for the staff. But I only think that the first part of it, of making sure we have clear processes to implement in mid-July, is really urgent. I think the rest can be folded into the normal planning work plan for code updates and comp plan updates and those kind of things. So I can do that in the form of a motion if you like, or if everybody's in agreement to request that the staff report on necessary actions. Anyway, that's my suggestion.
I think we could probably do that by head nods. I suspect it's an easier ask than you think, because I know that my husband has asked for that list a number of times with dollar signs attached. So I think it'll be pretty easy to put together. Deputy Mayor Arnold.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I would add to Councilmember Nixon's suggestion, I'd like to see some opportunities to appropriately thank Houghton Community Council members for their service sometime between now and July. Really appreciate what they have done to build the city that we have today, and really appreciate their work.
Thank you for that.
In addition, I wanted to thank everybody here. This has really been a team effort. We had testimony from Chief Harris. We had testimony from the city attorney. We had testimony from council members, both in person and written testimony. You all reached out to legislators that you knew. It really made a huge difference in the success that we have. And I love Lori's presentation that talks about our legislative successes as being better than the legislature. It just shows that Kirkland does it better than the state does. And we couldn't have done it without all the work of everybody involved. So thank you.
Thank you for that. Is that it for you, Lori?
Yes, it is.
Go to bed.
Thank you.
All right, we'll see you later. Thank you very much. With that, I am at council reports, I think. And I'll just go down the line. Councilmember Falcone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, it's late, so I will only update on one thing tonight. And that is that yesterday, the Council Ad Hoc Committee on Council Policy met. That includes Deputy Mayor Arnold, Councilmember Nixon, and myself, and we met with the city manager and city attorney. You may remember that our focus was on making recommendations to section 3.24 of our council policies and procedures documents relating to remote attendance at council meetings. We were doing this as we transition into in-person and hybrid meetings, that there's some updates that need to be made to our policies related to that. And just in the course of preparing for that meeting and reading through our policies, each of us on the committee identified like a whole suite of other issues that we feel potentially need to be updated that we'd like to discuss. So our suggestion, things such as emergency meetings, petitions, council reports, and perhaps something that will be even more in depth is the social media policy under the council policy. So our suggestion is for staff to provide proposed updates to the remote attendance section at the April 5th meeting for council discussion. And then at the April 19th meeting, staff will bring back a proposed new section on remote attendance or hybrid attendance with any council revisions based on the April 5th discussion. And then also at the April 19th meeting, we'd like staff to bring back the list of other issues that the committee identified for council to discuss next steps. And that is, for example, do we want this committee to continue working on these issues to bring forth proposals to the full council? Or do we want to have a council retreat on our policies and procedures specifically to discuss these? Do we feel that it warrants that or some other plan? My understanding is also that staff will send around the list of policy sections that the committee has already identified for discussion for the full council, for each council member to be able to email back to staff any additions to that list as well. Deputy Mayor Arnold and Councilmember Nixon, anything that I'm missing that you'd like to add from our meeting yesterday? Or City Manager, City Attorney? We're good?
Sounds like a good meeting.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So I look forward to, we'll have more on this at our next meeting. Thank you.
Councilmember Curtis.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. When you said goodbye to Lori, I almost hit the leave button. It was just automatic. I was gone. I had a bunch of regional meetings, which I will not, I will spare you the details. All of them were great. I just do want to say that Councilmember Black and I, along with Deputy Manager, who's getting late, Jim Lopez, continue to meet with Eastside Prep leadership, and those conversations have been very productive and very worthwhile and very good. I do have one business item. We made a proclamation earlier tonight about providing safe places for young people. The current national discourse around LGBTQIA issues is sending a heartbreaking message to our young people that identify as gay or trans or queer, that something is wrong with them and they are not safe. Over the years, we've made statements of support on many social issues. I'd like to show equal support for our LGBTQIA plus people in our community, that we see you belong here, and you are safe. So to that end, I would like to suggest that we make a statement in support of our LGBTQ youth at our next meeting, and that we put some serious thought about our intention in our June Pride proclamation on what we want to say, how we want to celebrate, and the organizations we invite to participate. So I look for your support on making a statement at next meeting.
Absolutely.
Yep.
Councilmember Pascal.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a couple quick things. Councilmember Falcone and the city manager met with the Lake Washington School District leadership last week. We have a set of detailed notes that we'll send around. A lot of good discussion on a range of topics. The only a couple that I'll just pick out just real quick. One that I thought was interesting was that we got an update from the city manager that the school resource officers will be switching uniforms to polo and khakis. So that was kind of new information that we weren't aware of. And I think that was kind of hot off the presses at the time. And then the other one was around just some projects that the school district's going to be starting at Juanita Elementary and Pinhill Middle School. But yeah, there's a lot of good discussion that we'll share in some notes. I guess the only other thing I'd say is the Active Transportation Safety Council that I serve on was very successful with the state legislature this year. Our bills got passed related to the traffic safety camera expansion, to more laws around pedestrian due care and also opening up streets, kind of more kind of technical stuff around being able to lawfully open up, close down streets and open them up for pedestrians. There's some RCW that actually prevents that. But one of the things from all of that was that we got some criticism from some public groups that we were this secretive committee housed under the Traffic Safety Commission, that no one knows what we do. And so we're quite sensitive to that because that's not how we want to operate. But it's the fact that our meetings aren't public. And so we're actually going to start opening up meetings so the public can attend. So that will be a big change. That's it for now. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you. Councilmember Black.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just two items. The first, I want to note that Deputy Mayor Arnold and I, along with Joel Funt and Kimberly Scribner, attended the Eastside Transportation Partnership meeting last week. You're going to receive an update on that in detail. The one thing I would call your attention to that is in that summary, you'll see that Kimberly Scribner gave a briefing concerning the City of Kirkland's application to receive some PSRC regional federal highway dollars for the 108th Avenue Northeast transit queue jumps, and she did a great job with that briefing. So I'll just call that to everyone's attention. That effort is ongoing. And I also wanted to just share with my colleagues, I had a conversation with the city manager, a couple of them informally over the last couple of weeks, just related to Russia's invasion of Ukraine and the extent to which the city of Kirkland, for example, we know we've seen across the country, as also in the state of Washington, with respect to at the state level and county level, leaders talk about examining the extent to which certain state, county, or local agencies are having dealings with the Russian state particularly. And I was going to actually ask the city manager to maybe give a 30-second summary because the city staff took that on sort of proactively.
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Black. So our contracted advisors, government portfolio advisors, I always forget their acronym, but government portfolio advisors, we had an investment committee meeting, which we have quarterly, which includes the finance director, myself, and the deputy city manager. In this case, it was Beth Goldberg. And that was actually one of the questions that we asked was whether or not we have any investments in Russia. We didn't believe we did, but we have confirmed that there is no city investments in anything related to Russia. And almost all of our investments are in U.S.-backed treasuries, and then a few other related. But there will be an investment report that comes to the council at the next council meeting, and you'll be able to actually confirm that and see it with where our investments are. But we have checked on that. We've cleared it, and so I just wanted to make sure everybody knew that.
Yeah, and thank you for doing that. All right, Madam Mayor, that was it for me.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Arnold.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The PSRC Transportation Policy Board met on March 10th. We're talking about comments on the regional transportation plan. Lots of comments around safety, the connection between the plan and climate, greenhouse gas, and vehicle miles traveled goals, and the timing of the process where this plan that we're adopting right now is affecting grants 3 years from now, and wanting to see if we could align things better. Because this regional transportation plan is required for some of the federal grants that we're getting money from, the PSRC deadline for adoption of this is at the General Assembly on March 26th. That's going to be an important vote. That also happens to be the same date as our council retreat. So one thing I would ask staff to look at is our options for proxy voting or being able to handle that within the retreat if one of us steps out to formally vote for that adoption if need be.
That sounds like a plan.
Okay, thank you.
Fortunately, we have multiple screens. Okay, Councilmember Nixon.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just one more staff report I'd like to request. And maybe this could be brought back as part of a COVID-19 update. But now that the mask mandates have been lifted, I'd like to feel that we're getting close to COVID-19 being in the rearview mirror. In furtherance of that, I'd like to get a staff report and recommendation related to the vaccine mandate. I, for one, would really like to get to the point where we can rehire our firefighters who had to be released last year. And the mandate would have to be lifted in order to do that. And what I'm looking for is information like, first of all, are we in agreement that it's a good idea to lift the mandate, or when would be a good idea to lift the mandate? Who is currently imposing a vaccine mandate? You know, is it being done at multiple levels of government? What would each of them need to do to lift it? And how do we best influence those deciders to go ahead and lift it? You know, like, who would we send letters to, or who would we meet with? And then a staff recommendation on how to proceed and what a timeline would be. I'm willing to do that in the form of a motion as well, but I would just like to have all this information in one place so that we're at least thinking about what it would take to get our firefighters rehired. Thank you.
Thank you. Council, is there general agreement with that? Or I know that Deputy Mayor Arnold and I were on a call, was it yesterday, with King County, where they're still advising a fair degree of caution around variants that are popping up, and just needing continued diligence around trying to keep the disease in curb. So I know I'm personally not ready to move ahead with that, but Deputy Mayor Arnold.
Yes, and the mayor sent around the slides from that SCA presentation if other council members weren't on that. I would support having some background material sent to the council on this. I take exception with Councilmember Nixon's recommendation that as a city we want to change the vaccine mandate. What was presented yesterday at SCA is the importance of vaccines, given that we are relaxing other protective measures.
Right.
So I think that's something that it would be great to understand the questions that Councilmember Nixon is asking about the current vaccine requirements for firefighter EMTs, where those coming from, who are the decision makers, but not in support of the second piece that says we want to necessarily advocate for those bodies to make a change. But I would like to get the background information to start.
Sounds good.
Okay.
Just make sure I capture that. So we will bring back just the facts, Madam Mayor, but information, no recommendation, but here's the status of things at the federal, state, and county level, and council can then choose to do whatever it wants with that information at that time.
That makes sense. Okay, and as far as my meetings, there's been lots of water activity going on, lots of wastewater activity going on. I think John is doing an amazing job of both orienting himself to these new broader areas, and will be keeping us all kind of informed about how the impact on rates and that kind of stuff. And then of course the solid waste work that is continuing. And I think you all got the minutes from the last solid waste meeting on Friday. And with that, I'll turn it over to the city manager.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. So just one update for the whole council, which is sort of next steps on the health through housing and La Quinta discussion. And I've had a chance to talk to some folks in the council calls, but I wanted to put on the record that we're going to be asking Amy Boland to pull for a city-led meeting, but not until May, unless I get different direction from the council, in assessing our staff capacity and assessing the need to progress on a lot of background information before we have another city-led public meeting. We think that we need to wait until May to be able to do that well. But in that recommendation, we would say that we would still continue to go at anything the county did, work with the county, and respond to any feedback we get from stakeholders or our Kirklands and so forth. But we are getting questions from people about when is the city process, and we'd like to bring to you a timeline and process that basically has us really doing a lot of proactive work in May, but also adding a few additional resources, probably legal counsel in March and April to get some really good background information and assemble good neighbor agreements and do some more legal research on some of the issues. So with that as context, just want to see if council has any questions or concerns about that timeline.
No, I think the most important thing for us right now is to get some hiring done so that you and Jim can have an hour or two. Councilmember Curtis.
Well, I was going to say the same thing. I support May. I think what's important is that we let the public know when it's going to happen and that it takes place before school's out, and that we bring more resources on to make sure that we do this well. And so if allowing us that extra time and extra resources will be important.
Thank you. Councilmember Nixon.
And I'll just ditto what Councilmember Curtis just said. I think the key is to set a date so that people don't think this is just going to slip away.
Yeah. Thank you. Councilmember Falcone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, I agree with this plan. I agree that the community needs to know that we're moving forward and that we have a plan. And obviously, staff is so busy. We want to do this well. We want to do it right. Part of that, I just want to mention that I know we have this in our resolution, but really want to make sure we're focusing our efforts on speaking with those with lived experience, those who are currently unhoused, those who are previously unhoused. I know our current outreach has not yet been focused on that, and I want to make sure that the community knows that that is something that is really important to us. So I'll be looking to see that particular part highlighted in the plan as well. Thank you. And Madam Mayor, if you would allow me, I cannot let this meeting end without acknowledging that today is Leslie Miller's last day with the City of Kirkland and Human Services. And, you know, she was a shining star in my experience working with the city when I first joined as one of the founding members of the Kirkland Human Services Commission. She is just a fantastic advocate for our most vulnerable residents in the city of Kirkland and in the region. She, as we all know, is just a huge loss to the city of Kirkland, but a huge gain to Bellevue. And I'm so happy to know her and so happy for the impact that she's had in our community. So thank you, Leslie, for all that you've done for the city of Kirkland and for our community and for our most vulnerable residents.
I totally agree.
Thank
you, Madam Mayor, for allowing me. Thank you.
You bet. Councilmember Black.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And Councilmember Falcone, thank you so much for sharing that. Actually was news to me, so I take it as a bit of a shock. I really appreciate all the work that Leslie's done, and I've really enjoyed working with her. What I raised my hand to add to the conversation was really just to emphasize that I think the most important thing is that we do the public meeting that we're going to hold well, and that's the goal of the effort and the timeline. To piggyback a little bit off of what Councilmember Falcone was talking about in making sure we're including voices of those with lived experiences, I think that includes some of our human services partners as well. If Councilmember Falcone said that specifically, I missed it, but I've talked about this before. You know, I think it's really important that when we have these discussions with the public, that we have our partners who we support in the continuum of care, or the unbroken link of services that we invest in as a city and as a community, our residents and our taxpayers, in seeking to solve the problem of homelessness in our community. I think it's important that we have those human services partners at these discussions, and I'd like to see them as sort of like key participants, or at least key stakeholders in this. And so I just I just want to make sure I've said that bit. So, all right, thank you.
Thank you. City Manager, anything else?
Oh, well, just to wrap up, I think I should have said this a little bit too, just so that people understand that there is quite a bit that's really also very important that's going to be happening in March, April before we get to May. So, for example, on March 23rd, we're going to be having a town hall with this council on body-worn cameras for police officers. In April, the council is going to have meetings regarding recruitment of boards and commissions. We're going to be launching another set of things on the Transportation Benefit District and investing in active transportation plans. So we're also, the same staff is also the group that's pushing in all the new ARPA programs to get relief money to people who are struggling right now. So I just don't want anyone who's listening to think like, why are we're not trying to push this off. We're trying to sequence the need of some very critical policies that are also really important to the community and the council. So thank you very much
adding
for your
that.
understanding.
Anything on the calendar?
That's all I have, Madam Mayor.
With that, there is no additional time for more public comment. So I'm going to declare this a full agenda, done, check. Thank you all for a hard body of work, and we'll see you later. Adjourned.
Thank you.
Bye.